PKA 702. We've had 2 guests. Quickly, last minute, unable to make it.
Well, to be fair, one of them's a drug addict, and we didn't expect him to be, awake. Well, awake. He's always awake, but functional.
Our second guest was going to be a meth head, but he has a colonoscopy tomorrow, so he'll be on the toilet cleaning out his system. And I just didn't see like preventative medical care being the reason that a meth head would miss the show. But
I would love we can't let that one slip past the goalie. We have to get the meth head on 100. Popular demands. The audience demands it. I demand it.
It's his 4th colonoscopy this year.
This episode's brought to you by Lock and Load and Blue Chew,
right.
a couple of wonderful, wonderful sponsors. That would be a funny guy who is addicted to meth, alcoholic, eats pizza every day, and he only keeps up with his colonoscopies.
Yeah,
that's it. Never goes to the dentist. Never gets his hair cut.
He's got a punch card. 8th one's free. 8th one's free.
Free fentanyl. What do they give you?
That,
Propofol? I can never remember the.
I don't know why you think we know those drugs.
Because you always tell me what it is. We've done.
We just want you to stop talking.
Well,
actually, Kyle,
I don't know any of those drugs.
Have you scheduled your first one yet?
That's like years from now.
I thought you started it
scheduled
40, 45, 50.
Yeah, so years from now.
Years from now, 2 years from now, are you gonna? I'm only 5 years younger than you, and so I can already put myself in the 38, 39-year-old shoes where I'm going to procrastinate the hell out of my colonoscopy. It seems really unpleasant.
I don't know. I've never had one before. It sounds unpleasant, but it also sounds like, a necessary evil, as they say.
The dread of sitting in the dentist chair, like knowing you're going to have to keep your mouth open to get your teeth fucked with for like the whole night before the colonoscopy is you can't even distract yourself with food. You're not even supposed to. Yeah. Woody, you've had one. You don't even drink water, right?
So they give you something to drink. It's more fluid than you want to drink. I don't know if it's an entire 2 liters or something, but you have to kind of muscle it down. It doesn't taste good, and it makes you poop. And my dumb ass was like, well, how effectively can it make you poop? Right. I know they want me to poop, but we'll see how this goes. Oh my gosh. They have you Vaseline your anus, because what's coming is going to be rough. And I'm like, all right,
friction burns.
It's not gay. I can touch my own anus. It's cool, right?
That's totally straight.
You got to take care of
your body.
Dude, do not skimp on the Vaseline. That's an important part of this procedure. You're going to poop like you've never pooped before. It starts off just as, like a Hershey Squirts type thing with a volume and a pressure that you didn't know you had. And then you just start shooting blanks. Oh my God, I got to go. Well, it was like an eyedropper. What am I doing
just
here?
The liquid itself coming out.
Yeah, it is awful. It's the pre-night prep that is the challenge. Some people say it's the taste of it, but not me. To me, it was being tethered to the toilet, rushing over there like you're gonna puke, but poop, and like you're gonna puke, coming up with just shooting blanks, like you are empty. And I'm like, you do colonoscopies for a living. Do I have to be this empty? Can't we have a gentleman's agreement that there'll be something left in there? But I guess
yeah. Damn. So it's you probably feel really good afterward, though, right? Not after the colonoscopy itself, after all the pooping.
No, I didn't. No, I at this point, I'm up later than I want to be, with kind of the knowledge that I have to get up early in the morning. I hate being up at 2 a.m. knowing my alarm is set for 6 a.m. So I'm dreading it even before the bad part happens. And the colonoscopy itself is nothing. You go in there, they're all professionals. They're not they make you comfortable being bottomless. And then they give me a drug to put me under. I guess not everyone goes completely under. Wings said he got his colonoscopy without being under, but I don't know.
Why would he get one?
Yeah, he's your age.
I haven't verified the story or anything, but he did say he did it and that he wasn't put under. So I don't know. And I Googled that because I thought it was insane, but apparently some people do it that way. So, but you go under, which is a glorious thing. I love the pre-surgery drugs, if you call it a surgery. And then I woke up not even knowing there had been a camera in my butt for an hour. But one thing I didn't like, I'm not a farter. Everybody is, right? Every mammal is, but you could know me for a decade and just think I don't do that, right? I don't let them rip. I don't fart in front of my wife. Not that it's Not that I've never made it. I let one slip, but that there's a little boundary, a little border there, a little mystery still left. And but then you're on the recovery table.
I agree. By the way, different
Yeah,
bathrooms, no farting. Yeah, you people who fart and like piss in front of your especially all that shit. You people are gross. Yeah. You're disgusting.
I think
you don't.
We're in the
you don't have real interpersonal
Do we all agree
skills.
on something? That's wonderful.
Of course.
Taylor, you're that guy also?
It's just, regardless of how long you've known someone, it's rude to fart and make other people smell your farts. It's rude. Just hold it or go.
I don't want you to hear it. I don't want you to know I did it. When
Right.
I piss, I turn the sink on. I tell her to do the same. I'm like, I don't want to hear piss. You don't need to hear
that. That doesn't happen to me.
I don't care.
That's my objective. But post colonoscopy, you're on a table, laying on your side. My wife is there, along with like 3 nurses, all telling me to pass gas audibly so that they know what happened before they release me. This is like, to me, that is one of the worst parts.
Okay, can everybody sing or something?
No, like they want to be like, all right, that was pretty good. I think you can rip a better one before we let you go. And I'm like, oh, for real?
What if you did like a little squeaker, like ee, and then you hear like the nurses laughing at you in the hallway? You know what?
You had one of those little fart machines, and you just kept this session going for hours. You're just in there like, I don't know. It just keeps.
I don't know. It's like he doesn't think we can see the Tamagotchi in his hand. He's not a bright individual.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't like farting in front of everyone to prove my health.
That's fair. That should be an honor system.
By the way, it's not stinky farts. They've loaded you with air. It doesn't go through your digestion. And it came in the bottom and out the same hole.
Dude, if I had to take that water thing and I was shitting out years worth of, like, you'd be able to look at it like a sedimentary, like a paleontologist, and be like, oh yes, the great charcuterie war of 18. I don't think a morsel of fiber passed his lips for 6-8 months. How the legend goes. That's why he's in here at 33. Yeah, well, I can't wait to not do that and to lie to loved ones that I did get it done.
Oh yeah, I see what's the opposite of contradicting I'm going for studies on whether or not colonoscopies are actually useful. So I cherry pick my studies and present to Jackie that I don't need to do it. And I guess there's another way to do it, like a blood test, that I'm more happy to go with.
Blood test it is.
That's way better.
Yeah. But
I can look in your ear here. We can crack your skull open. What do you want?
Just look at my ear.
Crack it open, Doc. Leave no stone unturned.
You're not going to be able to drive yourself home or ever again.
I'm going to need you to look at my butt, Doc, because this is masturbation material for later.
The Trump trial finally ended today. Guilty on all counts. Although I'm sure there'll be an appeal and then another appeal, and then we'll go to the Supreme Court and we'll overturn it, and then he'll be president by then, and he'll just expunge all of it anyway, right?
When you heard about the Trump being a 34-time felon, did it make you feel like a beta, like a less of a felon?
Was it only 34?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought there were like 70 counts.
To get to the it's like 89 or 91. You have to add all his trials together. This one was only 34 of them.
If you're trying to make it look like you're not weaponizing the criminal justice system, or at the very least, if you're trying to make it look like we're all not conspiring to pile on at once right before an election, they have failed. They have failed.
The other thing that's working against Trump is he's guilty. Right. We have his signature along with Cohen's and Weisenberg's on the payment schedules. We have his audio recording where he's like, yeah, we're going to pay off this whore I slept with. I'm paraphrasing. Can we push it till after the election where it won't matter anymore? No, I'm not trying to influence the election. This is all about Melania's feelings. But can we stiff her? And then if she comes free, we don't give a fuck. He's guilty on all 34 counts, and that's working against him in these things. The other trials, he was guilty too. His thing about lying about the size of the properties, the space, the comps.
Again, the timing. It's after 70 years of this man probably doing the same shit. Oh, it's real important that we have 5 trials this year while he's campaigning and leading in the presidential election.
The timing argument doesn't hold up to me anymore because he's been delayed. We tried to do this shit years ago. Like I've been hearing, oh, the timing is pretty suspicious for like 27 months now or something wild like that. You know,
that's like
he picked the timing.
That's
he
all
chose to push it off
right?
to the year of the election.
He chose to be in court and all that, like now
by delay. Like he could have had these trials a long time ago, but he files frivolous motions. He tries to ask things to get delayed, and he's the one pushing all this. But all of it. His objective was to make it after the election, but this one didn't get that far.
Yeah, all of this has happened in like the lead up after him announcing I'm running again, and that's what Kyle means by like.
So that's actually factually incorrect.
Suspicious.
You know, they were doing this before he let up. He announced extra early, hoping that this would get the trials to not happen, but they ought to already started.
Yeah, it still looks suspicious.
If you look at it through a lens like that, then you'll find suspicion, but it's been happening for years now. This shit moves slowly, and it moves double slowly when you try to delay it, which Trump has indisputably tried to delay it as much as he can.
To me, and seemingly Kyle, I won't speak for him, it seems like weaponizing the judicial system to punish a presidential political opponent leading up to an election and throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him to try and get something. Who knows if this is going to change, increase or decrease his popularity? No one who was going to vote for him before isn't now not going to vote for him. I also don't know if this is going to influence people who weren't going to vote for him before to vote for him. Like,
well, I know one person who can't vote for him anymore.
You're wrong. He can still vote.
Can he? How does that work?
Because in Florida, where he's from, they defer to the place where the felony happened, and in New York, they let felons vote. So he'll be able to vote in Florida because New York lets felons.
Of course, they do.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that felons let you. You need to move to New York.
Fucking Neapolitan cocksuckers, bunch of fucking bigwig intellectuals up there.
Yeah.
Poor Donald. Poor Donald. I hope he's okay tonight. I hope he's with his loved ones and his family.
I bet he's having a bad night.
Son.
I bet it looks like a Coca-Cola commercial from the 1930s. They're all gathered around the fire. He's sitting in his big armchair. Little children are, gathered around on the floor by his feet. Little Donald Jr. and Eric and Tiffany and what's the hot one called?
Ivanka. I always mix it up.
Ivanka?
Ivanka.
It's probably with a K. The hot one.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Jared Kushner's over there on the phone with Israel.
Fuck, perfect opportunity. When you said the hot one, I should have said Eric. Like, the ugly of the
Eric, the actual hot one's Barron.
I can imagine Trump being like, he's like, this is a terrible time. I need my family around. Eric, just the other room. Yeah, it's fine.
It's the daughter that we can't even name, unless one of you can name. Who's the ugly daughter?
Tiffany.
Oh, Kyle can't. Yeah, you're right. It is Tiffany.
I don't think
she's the one who I think ugly. Is like.
She's just not Ivanka.
You know what? She might even be pretty. I'm looking at her from her awkward stage 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's fun. I saw Trump talking about her looks, and he's like, she's got great legs. We don't know if she's gonna have these or not, but she's a good-looking little girl. She's like 8 or some shit.
Is this Ivanka we're talking about?
No, it's Tiffany. It's Tiffany.
Okay.
This is like a, he loves doing media, so it was probably like Inside Edition, one of those rag TV shows from like however long that would have been, 15 years ago or some shit.
I remember
I
saw that one of the Apprentice producers, whose NDA is apparently up, claims that they've got Trump on tape saying the N-word. They always say that. I'm waiting to hear it so that his numbers can go up.
Because we heard that 8 years ago and a little bit 4 years ago. Now
it's coming right after the
now that golden oldie is coming back again. So what he said was this: they were talking about who was going to win the Apprentice, and it's something very close to like. But do you really think America is going to buy it? Do you think they think that a ninja can win? And that's how close did I come? You probably saw it.
Pretty close. He was like, "You think anybody's going to buy that? A ninja winning? Come on." It was something on those lines.
Yeah.
I bet like when you hear it, like black people are like, that's cool. He meant it the other way.
You think that?
Yeah.
You think
black people know when black people hear you say the N-word, they can tell if there's hate in your heart.
Yeah.
They can tell.
No. Black people
They-
do not
they-
like
they
Donald
sprint
Trump.
after you to
N-word.
give you pats on the back. I assume that's what they were sprinting
Yeah.
after me for.
I spend all my time on Facebook now, and I get to see all the real photos of Donald Trump. I saw him at a barbecue with a bunch of black guys. Everyone's so happy. So happy they
Yes.
grew extra fingers and stuff. Like everyone's having a great fucking time. They got
Uh-huh.
squiggly eyes. They're eating square meats.
Dude, it's so funny seeing the AI pictures that like so many boomers and like politicians fall for. Like it'll be like a real like congressperson from New Jersey, and they'll be like, "Look, it's Hunter Biden partying in Ukraine," and it's like you don't even have to look at the hands. Like there's like women with multiple arms like that don't make sense coming out
that's
from
the
behind
radiation.
other people.
When I was
guess
in
so.
college, actual boomers, not me who's called a boomer, but like
Yeah.
actual boomers were like, you cannot use the internet as a source on your papers. You know, the internet is unreliable. None of that stuff is good, etc. Now those same fucking boomers believe people with 9 fingers are supporting their favorite political candidates.
Yeah. Dude, do you remember like maybe Kyle, you're at the same age-ish. Like, do you remember being told like, don't even buy stuff on the internet? Don't even use a credit card online to purchase things because it'll get stolen by like a Chinese hacker. And then within like a decade, all those same like literal boomers are like, yeah, well, a guy with an Indian accent named Scott Stevenson called me and told me my Amazon account had a problem.
Oh my God,
So I gave
dude,
him the title to my home. And
It's so frustrating to deal with that. So I know boomers who've struggled with it. Like girlfriends, grandparents and shit. Like I knew this one lady. I think the scam was this. They called her on the phone pretending to be her grandson. And then like pretending to be her grandson's lawyer because he's in jail.
Yeah,
and
he talked about
$10,000 to get him out or something. And they literally drove to her house and told her to put the money in the mailbox for the lawyer. And she put $10,000 cash in her mailbox, and a dude drove by and took it and left. And she's like, "Do you think you could track him down?" And it's like, no, not if we sicked the dog, got the dogs out, the hounds, fucking Sherlock Holmes, the A-Team, and Captain America could not find that man who drove by your house earlier and took your money. Like it was just gone.
you got to feel bad for him a bit. It's a different world. But then I also think about other boomers, and it's like no one, like my grandparents would never get got by that scam, you know? Like, so then I'll be like, well, I guess maybe it's just like really dumb boomers who are falling.
Well, I guess you're going to have to stay in jail. Sorry, Taylor. Confused. Like, no. Every man's got to pull his own weight in this world. Click.
What's that, Taylor? You're in a Honduran prison? Well, it's time. You got to serve your time.
Do you remember your Spanish?
No. Not at all.
When we cared for my mother-in-law on her last days, she stayed with us when she had cancer, and like her last year or two, and she wanted to give to every charity that asked for money from her, like it was a bill. Like, oh, it says here that, like, I don't know, American Health Fund needs $300. All right, where's my checkbook? And it's like, no, that's not a bill. But I felt like, am I operating with a pure motive? Would she have done this 3 years ago, back when she was, more peak mental fitness? Or am I just like protecting the inheritance by making her less charitable?
No, you were doing the right thing, protecting her from predatory mail, 100%.
So I think making her less charitable is fine as well, because like she's dying. And like just look, if the goal is for her to feel good about doing a charitable thing and sort of score some points for the man upstairs, maybe even a little like I'm being good, like just let her think you're being good and pocket the money, right? Like just be like, how there's a lot of charities out there that only take cash.
Yeah. Like,
but I'll run it over to them.
That's what I should have done.
St. Peter would be up there looking at her motives. I don't think he would get up there and be like, actually, we looked at the financial data, ma'am, and you're going to be spending a little more time in purgatory. And
you're saving her.
You'll never get your
wings.
wings. Because that's how heaven works.
No one does, as we've gone through before.
I feel like you haven't seen It's a Wonderful Life.
I have seen it.
Correct.
The documentary on how angels get their wings.
Is that the oh boy,
Yes.
I've got this awful voice apparently. Like it's that guy.
Oh, is that
James
where that
Stewart or
old timey voice comes from? Where he just kind of sounds like this and it warbles a little bit, doesn't it?
That's it. That's it.
Is that a variation of the transatlantic accent?
No,
Maybe.
that was just how Jimmy Stewart sounded. I think.
Okay.
Isn't that his name?
Oh, people don't
Sounds
realize
right.
that I'm always having a series of strokes. All these damn actors, and they smell like toast.
Well, anyway, on the Trump thing, just to put a period on the end of that sentence, there's 2 dates in June. One is when he has to appeal, and one is when the prosecutor replies to his appeal request or something like that. And then in July is sentencing, which I'm seeing people predict probation. So that's how I think
How
it
long
goes.
until they do a new round of polls? How often is that? Like every month they do?
Oh, there's new polls every day, but like a better question would be, how long until the current polls adequately incorporate this news? And I would say, 10 days, 14 days.
Okay, that'll be interesting to see how it impacts.
I don't think it'll matter.
You think
I don't
it'll
think it'll
stay
matter at
about
all.
the same?
I think that shit going on overseas is going to be more impactful than Trump being found guilty for something that the average person doesn't even understand. I don't think anybody cares. I think that most of the people are going to just see it and go, still going after him, huh? Or good, get him. What for? What's it for again? Who cares? Get him.
I think you're honest for a slightly different reason. Like America's so divided and set in their position. When Ross Perot ran and got 24%, something like that, people were more open. Like the swing vote was a third of the voting base. Now it feels like the people who are deciding which direction they go every election, I'm gonna make it up, but it's like 5%, not 35%. So how much of that 5 switches? Heck if I know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Trump is such a polarizing candidate. It's a little bit different. I think he had a more moderate, conservative. I'm struggling to name one right now. Maybe Paul Ryan. I don't know Paul Ryan's politics, but maybe just good-looking white man, and he's more soft-spoken, and he isn't so hard-edged, and he doesn't have any negatives. Like that guy's can probably pull a lot more from the left or the center, but he certainly wouldn't have that die-hard flag-waving, hardcore fan base.
No one would
Trump
be
has.
turning out for huge rallies for Paul Ryan.
Or turning out to vote. Like I feel like Trump has inspired what was traditionally an unreliable voter base. Like, you can picture the overweight guy with the goatee, the red hat, and the mirrored oil-stained sunglasses, and the anger. That guy didn't go to the polls very frequently prior to Trump. Now that guy is passionate about voting.
He was fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he can't afford his new bass boat because Biden's giving all of his money to Russia.
That's
it's true.
Fair. It's true. He just always giving Russia money.
He's always giving it to those Eastern Europeans. They're all they're all Greek to me.
They're all Russians to me. You know what where that word comes from, right? Slav.
No.
Slave. They were one.
So you get the cart before the horse, right?
And all those people.
Doesn't slave come from Slav?
Ooh, probably.
I don't really question Taylor's word stuff.
Yeah. For the next time,
what an entomology on Slav versus slave. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah. Let's have a long discussion.
Dirty Slavic people. I saw that.
You can't say that now. With our awesome Polish guy in our
he didn't look Slavic though.
He's Slavic.
That dude was clearly Germanic ancestry. Did you see his proud brow? Come on.
Did you see his proud brow? I guess so.
Yeah.
And he looked fit the way I imagined a Polish. But I
renamed him. He had a ridiculous name.
I picture Polish people, French people, and Italian people not being fat, whereas I picture like the United Kingdom probably being the fat of Europe, which still makes them like marathon runners compared to us.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't be surprised if the UK's fatter than us. There's a lot less.
No way. There's no way.
We're not as fat as we used to be. We're getting all these spry brown people flooding in. I mean,
from Mexico.
joining. Yeah.
Mexico's the
You have
fattest
to
country.
understand,
No,
Taylor.
that's the Biden take on it, Woody, from Mexico.
Yeah,
well,
Taylor,
they do come across
the
that
Mexicans
border.
we're getting have just walked 1,000 miles. They're thin and they're fit.
They're not sending their thinnest. They're sending big fat retards.
they're sending fucking black people from coastal regions who are fucking spry. Whenever they go to the border and they start interviewing the actual migrants and seeing where they're from, it's so rarely Mexico. The Mexicans are already here. All the Mexicans that wanted to come came already. It's places way further south, or just Europe, Africa, or the Middle East.
Actually, that's a good point. I'm looking at this graph here,
That would make
Global
them thinner.
Obesity Observatory, and Africa is thin.
Can you make it bigger, Zach, please?
Actually, as with all these graphs, Africa just has nobody collecting the data, so that's probably what it actually is.
I love that.
Dude,
we don't even.
I would believe anything you told me. If you said they were all like giant fat people built like Buddha sitting on thrones, I'd be like, yes, that ties in with my expectation. If you told me they were rail thin, starving with bugs on their eyeballs, I'd be like, yeah, I've seen that too.
I've seen that. I've seen the sad videos that somehow would just inexplicably make it in between two weird shows on Adult Swim. It's like, wait, what's this doing going on? What's going on here? Okay, so we're not actually number one, but there's a caveat here. It's because like the top 9 are all tiny little Samoan nations. Like it's all the Samoas. So if we pull them out of the count, the United States is 10, and then Qatar.
But what are we ranking?
This is
BMI.
percent obese by country, and
Okay,
it is
that.
the Global Obesity Observatory, and they're very easy to observe. Let's see. There's
Observatory.
the observatory. Just one weirdo.
It's just assholes with a megaphone yelling at
And
people.
Whale Watchers rolls off the tongue so much better.
You know, I don't know if this is reliable because it goes against some of my preconceived notions, and so Croatia's fat? Say it ain't so. I figured they'd be fit. Poland, they're fatter than Canada. Libya is fatter than the United Kingdom. Yeah, they need to. I don't know who's funding this. Let's see who's at the
George
bottom.
Soros, no doubt.
This is funded undoubtedly by Big Ethiopia because they're down there at 200 with purportedly 1.1% of their country being fat. Which
I mean, that makes sense. They're very hungry there.
Vietnam, very thin country. I buy that. India, only 5% of them are big fat people.
Ethiopia holding it down as the skinniest country. Who saw that coming?
I didn't. I figured it'd be somewhere in that corner.
You would think Mogadishu, honestly, because they have like famines there.
Yeah. Well, that's just Mogadishu is just the capital of Somalia, right?
Oh, it's got to be the Palestinians. They're the skinniest people in the world. I saw a kid today that had starved to death in Palestine, and he was so thin, Taylor.
Dude, like Twitter is just like, hey, we noticed that you've been liking hockey highlights. Here's a dead child. It's like, oh, this is a lot of dead kids for
that kid shouldn't have voted for Hamas. You get what you know. This is what he had coming for him.
Well, I mean, yeah, a little bit. You know, like it's not about getting him; it's about winning the war. Though I'm full on board with just winning the war. I don't want to. That's the United States has done this pussyfooting around for my entire lifetime with these little wars we got in, and we didn't win any of them really. And Israel's like gonna win a war. By the time this is over, the question will be: do you think Israel won the war? Oh yeah, like no one questions that.
Usually in a war, there's 2 armies.
Sometimes, I mean, they're still killing the army, man. And when they blew up that tent the other day, there was 2 leaders of Hamas in the
sometimes tent. 2, even upwards of 5% of the deaths are military people.
on those charitable.
That's high. I mean, it depends how you calculate military people. When we bombed Tokyo, it was like, there's workshops sort of mixed in with all the people. You know, they didn't have that
is
centralized.
The shining example of America being assholes. It's not the benchmark to hold people to.
Being assholes?
You don't think so? Oh, wait.
No.
Tokyo, I was really going for Hiroshima when I said that. But
why do you say that? Because Tokyo. So there were more people killed in the Tokyo bombing raids than in Hiroshima or Nagasaki.
They
burned them alive.
You talk about indiscriminately killing anyone who's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hiroshima is a good example.
Yeah, but what they did in Tokyo is worse than indiscriminately. They planned for weeks, waiting on the weather patterns to be just right to create a firestorm, and they dropped the incendiaries in such a way to create a giant firestorm and burn a huge percentage of Tokyo.
Yeah.
They what did they do? They took something out of the bombers so they could add more bombs. It's like, we could add 800 more pounds of napalm if you do this.
I'm aware of your argument, and I acknowledge the strength of it. And intellectually, I'll even concede. But something emotionally about dropping a nuclear bomb on a city feels just an extra layer of indiscriminate for me. Again, emotionally.
The calculations were we were going to lose 1 million U.S. servicemen on the invasion of the main Japanese island. And the Russians were coming from the north as well, eventually. So if we didn't end that war, then you were going to end up with South Japan and North Japan was going to be communist. That's what would really happen. And you'd lost 1 million Americans. So I always celebrate when I see that. There's this cartoon where they show the kids like eyeballs turning into liquid and slow motion and stuff. And I'm like,
we all celebrate that. Yeah.
You should have surrendered.
What cartoons are you watching?
It's this Japanese cartoon about, the nuclear bombings.
Oh, it's okay. I was
more of an anime.
like, man, America
normal
was going,
cartoons, Taylor.
Yeah, America was going hard in the paint with their propaganda. If that's the cartoons they were making at the time, look what we're doing to the Japs.
And also, like, their military industrial base was intermixed with. It's not like they had this big factory over here and like, oh yeah, that's the fucking Mitsubishi factory. That's where all the bombers come from, and it's all on the outskirts of the city, and it's big square building. They had all these workshops like mixed into there weren't districts as much as everything was just sort of mixed together. So there would be a house here, and next to it, there'd be a shop that was making wheels for airplanes. And then next to that, there'd be another house, and then checker patterned everywhere. So they just burnt it all.
To your point, some stuff has a lot of purposes. I watched the airplane show. I can't remember the name of ever. The Way We Were. I don't know. Did he put it out shortly ago? Anyway, they were doing bombs, and they're going after ball bearing factories. And they said, you know what? The war runs on ball bearings. Yeah, so do bicycles and strollers. But I can still acknowledge how you'd call it a military target.
Dude, and the Japanese were going to fight.
The scariest thing to live next to if it's getting blown up. A ball bearing factory? Like, it's just a whole factory claymore. Like,
yes. Yeah. I didn't think of that.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
And the Japanese were going to fight woman.
Just another horrible day at the ball bearing factory. How could this get any worse? Oh no.
Did bombs really make that whistle sound? Is that a real thing?
We talked about this. They put whistles on the bombs to scare people.
Probably not like a nuclear bomb.
Let's remember that.
I imagine that is.
Well,
the whistle is being for small.
That one blew up at altitude anyway, so they wouldn't have heard it coming in.
Did Japan hold a grudge for that long at all? I bet they did, but like I feel like they got Tokyo firebombed and they took like 3 days off, and they're like, "Well, let's rebuild."
They got right to rebuilding. It's crazy.
Then America came in with a plan on how to rebuild their economy, and they're like, "Yeah, we trust you. You're pretty good at economics."
They're like, "Oh,
followed it.
You guys are the ones with the bombs. You just
they kind of followed it. They tried to. They almost went communist. I think in the '60s there was a big movement, and that's when you've got that. You've probably seen the video, but maybe not known the whole context of when there's a Japanese man speaking on stage, and some dude runs at him with a. I don't know what the word. It's called like a wazakishi or something. It's the short sword that they carry. You know, the samurai carry two swords. The little one. He runs on stage with the little one and kills the fucking communist speaker on stage live on Japanese television. Everybody was watching, and that kind of put an end to the Japanese Communist Party.
It's like an iconic picture. The commie politician is like, "Ooh, don't stab me." Ooh. And then
the other guy's like, "I'm gonna stab you."
Well, I came here for one purpose. It was to stab your pinko ass.
Pretty much. So no, I'm okay with whatever Israel's got to do to win the job and win the war.
Really?
It's what they need to do.
Tents with families.
That's where the bad guys are. We bomb tents, we bomb caves, we bomb goat herders. We send $1 trillion battle groups.
Worse than the wedding we bombed, and I've heard you guys both disapprove of that repeatedly.
This isn't worse than that. This is different than that, big time. The wedding
Really?
the wedding, it was like, we think there's a
They
terrorist.
like
convoy or
tripled
something.
up the number of innocent deaths
Yeah,
compared to that wedding.
I don't see how you can dislike the wedding part and not see it's pretty
parallel.
similar here.
Oh, I don't see it parallel. I know there's a war zone over there. We were like, hey, there's a wedding
war
tomorrow.
zone. This was the place where
all of us a war zone.
the resettled people had to put up camps because they're homeless now.
Yeah.
Well, why would their military generals be there in that camp? They shouldn't be putting the people in that kind of danger. Don't they know we're going to blow them up?
Is that how you parse?
Are there military generals in that camp?
Which
military generals did they get?
They called them senior Hamas members. This is what they were.
Senior Hamas members. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, sure, yeah. The problem, planners.
All right, well, heck, if Israel said there were some senior Hamas leaders mixed into the refugee camp, then I'm sure it's true.
That's what they said last time they blew it up too. They never say, we missed. They're like, we were hoping there wouldn't be so many people in them tents.
A lot of war is PR, and especially on a global stage. And so, like any sort of bomb you drop, you have to, if there's
that's counterproductive, though. It shouldn't be that way. That's not what war is. I think we've forgotten what war is. I mean, I don't know what war is, but I've watched enough TV and read enough books to know what war was. The wars that got fought for all of human history, as long as we've been a thing. And you don't Nancy pants around, and civilians die, and women die, and children get blown up and eaten. Like, it's war. That's why you try to avoid war at all costs, because when war happens, children get eaten. Like, we're going to burn you alive. We're coming for you with a machine that burns you alive. You really want to do it? Are you sure? You do. We're coming. And now you're burning alive. You're like, they're burning alive. We've got to stop. Why? They'll just regroup. We'll have to burn more of them alive. Burn them alive. Get it over with. Just get it over with. It's a Band-Aid situation. We shouldn't be building a $400 million dock that broke apart in 3 weeks or something like that.
It was a temporary dock. 3 weeks is what the plan was.
An unbelievably temporary dock.
It's so temporary before it was even finished. It wore out.
Did you see our estimates on how much of our aid was stolen?
No, is it huge?
It was
foreign aid being pilfered and stolen. That can't be true.
Our estimate was 90% of it was stolen.
Wow.
Of the stuff they shipped along.
This is 330 to Palestine, I assume, not Israel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm wondering who stole it, because when I imagine Palestine, the news just shows me it's just rubble and starving kids.
Yeah.
But there's got to be some dudes in there with guns and shit, like holding it down. There's hostages still there. There's an apparatus there. They shot rockets at Israel last week. Nobody cares. They shot a bunch of rockets into central Israel last week. I just think they should win the war. I'm tired of us funding the war, but I don't want to drag it on for 8 years, Nancy footing around, or whatever you want to call it. Just do it. Do it.
I mean, they are doing it.
I don't have a better answer. That's my problem. You know what I want? I want peace. I want a 2-state solution where they all chillax and stop hurting each other.
Yeah.
Okay, we've been talking about that since long before I was born, and that was a long time ago. So my vision...
Hill Dog was talking about this the other day and made more sense than I've ever heard her make in her whole fucking life. Because trust me, she's on my side on this issue. She was like,
I believe you.
She was talking about when Clinton had like Yasser Arafat and everybody at the table, and she listed she was like, they got this much of their land back. Israel was going to give up this much of their land. It was going to be like ran by this, overlooked by that, security guaranteed, money from here, and she like lays out this incredible plan where it's like, the Palestinians won in the 90s and I never heard about it. She's like, and they said no. They refused. They refused. And it's
that was one of the crowning efforts of Bill Clinton. And I've talked many times before about how some leaders, president, corporation, whatever, are like the smartest guys in the room. They come up with all the answers and sort of are detail oriented, and they make the organization doesn't function well without them, but it functions well with them. And then other people who can be equally effective just delegate, put, all right, you're my guy for this. You're in charge of Middle East.
Administrators.
Bill Clinton was a doer, and dude, he would roll out the maps on the table and street by street decide which ones should go to who and how it should be managed. Bill Clinton was like a wonk involved in the details of that plan, and it just never got put into action.
Can you imagine if we had nothing to do with this Middle Eastern ethnic conflict? Can you just imagine?
But Taylor, Those poor Israelis could never defend themselves. They're helpless. They haven't had the devastating army in the area for 50 or more years.
Certainly not. They haven't been the only people with nukes for
Right.
2
They've
generations.
been under the thumb of those rock throwers for 80 years now, trying to stop the oppression.
What was it?
Yeah,
Was it called
needed-
is it the 6 Days War or whatever? When like 5 Arab nations invaded them with tanks by land, and the Israelis defended themselves.
I think the 6-Day War was Egypt and Israel, right?
In addition to Egypt, though, there were like multiple Arab nations. It
don't know
was
if that was the 6
the something Heights is where they had that great.
The
Golan
Golan Heights.
There you go. Yeah, they had their the Israeli tanks were on. They had the high ground.
So to Kyle's point, primarily Egypt, Syria, and Jordan.
Okay.
3 powerhouses.
I mean, again,
I've heard of Egypt. No, I haven't
I've heard of Egypt. You know what? I've heard Egypt is in their heyday right now. Like, it certainly wasn't. Dude, that would suck to be born in a country and be like, I mean, we can look back and be like, America's like, we were at our peak, like right after World War II. Nobody could fucking touch us in anything. Like, imagine being Egyptian right now, and it'd be like, oh, don't come at me 7,000 years ago.
you don't even know.
Before the Romans with their newfangled technologies bullied us and all that, we were a big deal.
Library of Alexandria.
This is, yeah.
I heard the whole idea of so much knowledge being lost at the Library of Alexandria is nonsense.
It'd be really sad for it to be true. So it's easier. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're always finding that various pieces of geometry and stuff were discovered way before. It was always find interesting that they'll find some cuneiform tablet or something that indicates they had some knowledge of geometry or astronomy too. When you look at those really old civilizations, and they've got all that stuff built for astronomical or astronomy purposes to like predict the eclipses and stuff. I still don't know how they're doing that. I don't know how you look at the stars and predict when the next eclipse is going to be.
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm completely reliant on smarter people for this task.
But those like dirty fucking like proto-Mexicans with their flat pyramids figured it out.
Proto-Mexican. I mean, do you think like the Aztecs would have been embarrassed if they saw the Egyptian pyramid at the same time concurrently?
Oh yeah,
they were high on their own supply for how.
They'd be like, oh, when the sun sets, you can see a snake, and like, you cannot see the sun behind my pyramid.
Yes,
my pyramid blocks out the sun. It is made to the sun god Ra.
Were there many Aztec
like
pyramids? I know there was some, probably multiple.
I don't remember if it was Aztec or Inca or Maya or what, but it was like those step pyramids.
Ziggurats?
Yeah, kind of like a ziggurat, yep. Except not nearly as big as like the Giza pyramids.
Yeah. I always say it. What I said is a thing that like one of the unique things about them, when the wind blows, they make a certain noise. Like when the wind blows past the thing, it makes a noise. There's the other one where you clap and it like reverts the clap back. And then when the sun sets on one of the equinoxes, you see like an animal's shadow like walk up the building or something on one of them. So they did a lot of stuff like that. But I think that pales in comparison when you look at the Giza pyramid, that gigantic
In
pyramid.
fairness, they're both really cool.
Like they always say those are burial tombs or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck they are. I don't think they found people in the Great Pyramid. I don't think there was a mummy in there or anything.
Didn't they find Tut in a pyramid?
I don't know where
it was in a tomb, Taylor.
It was in a tomb underground, I thought, but I don't think that there was a mummy or like a king buried in the Great Pyramid at Giza. I don't think they know what.
Isn't that theorized though that like they were, but I mean thousands of years of bandits and thievery, like everything's been looted out of it.
I don't think there's a tomb chamber though. Like they don't. I don't think so.
Is that just like hokum nonsense where they were like, oh, and the Egyptians, when the pharaoh died, his servants would be thrown in with him, locked in the tomb so they could serve him in the afterlife.
So that happening, they would do that. They would do that they would like put your dog in there, your pets, like your favorite fucking knife, like your favorite foods. They would set the place up like there was going to be a finger snap and everything in this room was going to be transported to the afterlife.
Like
with
that
you.
dead black guy with the Xbox.
Yeah, exactly. But
Would I be a total asshole if I was like, My favorite thing is my wife. Bury her with me.
Yeah, they do that. Honestly, she might
she's
be
still
like,
alive at this point.
she might be volunteering. She might be like, yes, yeah, let's go.
Dude, I'd be like, and bury me with the entire Chicago Blackhawks organization. And then I'd do a little bit for St. Louis and Beyond the Grave.
Hey, Taylor, some of these people are retired. I haven't forgotten.
Patrick Kane being dragged screaming into my catacomb. Just to...
Did you see that interview where they asked I think he was the GM of the Chicago Blackhawks, just hockey questions?
I didn't see that, no.
Oh, they had no idea who this guy was. And they're like, do you like hockey at all? He's like, yeah, a little bit. And they're like, name your 10 favorite players. And he's like 9 of them were Blackhawks, like going back a bit. And he obviously knew what he was doing. It was pretty cool. I think you'd like it even though you hate the team.
Oh, I would enjoy content like that. I'll have to try
when Genghis Khan died, they did that thing where they killed all the guys who buried him, and then they killed all the guys that killed them.
But how did we get this story?
Because I think someone was like, yeah, I killed the guys that killed the guys that buried him. I don't know shit. And then after he said that, they killed that guy. But the guys who heard it in the other side of the room, they told us. They told me.
Yeah, seems... I don't know about this one.
You always ask those questions, and it's like, because historians say so. Because historians...
He is a skepticism. I feel like he's a bit of a flat earther. He doesn't believe it unless he saw it.
It's on. I feel like
I'm a hollow earther.
You immediately become Mac, being like, "Have you looked at the files? Have you combed through the documents?"
I think it sounds I think it's a real common sense question to ask to tell a story that's like, do you know that Genghis Khan's burial party was murdered by a secondary group, and then this secondary group was killed by a tertiary group, and then this group themselves were executed to ensure the secrecy was upheld? And it's like, okay, so who talked about it? And who wrote it down? Would they not immediately be like, oh, Mr. Historian, we noticed you wrote some stuff down. Can we take a peek? And he's like, no, not for at least 3,000 years. They were burying it like medical studies. No, you can't look at this until, the year 2000.
Well, they never found it, nonetheless.
Well, is anyone looking?
I mean, probably not. He's somewhere over there in Mongolia, I would imagine, right?
Mongolia is a pretty country. That would be, if I wanted to travel to Asia, Japan would be neat because of how many people there are and all their cool vending machines and technology. And then Mongolia seems almost like untouched.
Taylor, there's only like 4 million panties right to you. You don't have to go to Japan find a vending machine.
No, I do.
Okay.
I have to go. It's probably like it's like seafood on the coast. It's just better. Like that's what you get. You get fresh Japanese panties right out of the vending machine, and then afterward you get yourself a Sprite Zero Chill.
I struggled with the exchange rate in Japan. I should have just put a minute into it so that I knew how much I was spending all along. But the exchange rate is like 33,000 to 1 or 16,000 to 1. I don't know. It's something you don't bump into all the time. So you get your bill for like hotel omelet, and it's 66,000 yen, and you're like, I don't know, I haven't paid 66,000 anything for a while. Is this even a lot? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It was.
It was. That's a funny realization in the lobby where they're like, "Oh no, sir, exchange rate is 8,000 yen to $1," and you're like, "Oh, these are some expensive eggs." Like
$37 for the buffet now.
Is that 2 eggs? It's just 2, right? Oh my! I remember
Japanese eggs.
The last time I was in a casino, I was so assaulted by the prices that when I finally got out of there and got to the gas station down the street and bought coffee for the morning, I was shocked that I got change from my 20. I was like, really? You told me that coffee was $2. You're crazy. I just paid $18 for oatmeal. You don't even know. You don't even know what they do to you up the street.
Can you tell me, does Vegas do the opposite? Because I told they are that lobster and steak dinners are $7.
So no, I don't know anything about
drinks
that.
Are free,
so
right?
if you were on some sort of fucking being taken care of the casino thing, maybe, but the buffet is and this is years ago, 8 years ago, the buffet was $70 to $100, and it would.
Right.
But it's like the best buffet ever. It's like all you can eat filet mignon and lobster, and then everything that goes with that. I love the buffets. Like you can go online and look up reviews for the best buffets in Vegas or the best, and there'll be a top 10 list of heavy hitters, and every one of them is amazing. And some of them are cheaper than
unlimited food, good food, and you're like, what kind of vacation focuses on the meals? And then you do it, and you're like, now I get it. Yeah, that cruise ship food is top notch.
Yeah, I watch one of those travel channels where he will go to like Thailand and he'll find maybe the cheapest. Oh, he did the cheapest buffet in town and then the most expensive buffet in town. And the cheapest buffet was awesome. He's like, you give these people 78 cents and you get this bowl and you do whatever you want. And it was like outside on a street corner, but it was just so much food for 79 cents or whatever it was. And then the other one that was like a couple $100 was 5-star dining, really fancy schmancy and cool too.
Shit like that, if you don't speak the language or know the culture, is dangerous. Like I was getting smoothies in Mexico, and I'm like, oh, that fucking red one looks dope. We all know what red icy things taste like. It's delicious and filled with sugar, right? No, it's made with beets, and it's like good for you. It's awful. Oh. And I'm just getting surprised at Mexican food, some being great, some being terrible left and right.
Yeah, dude, I was surprised that you wanted to go down to Mexico, out into the wilderness there. Like Mexico to me is one of those countries where you stay on the beaten path. Like when Taylor went to Jamaica, or when people go to Costa Rica or somewhere like that, it's like, yeah, we stay at the resort though. We don't go outside of it. It's it's an impoverished nation, right?
I collect life experiences like that. One of my highlights from that whole trip, like, it wasn't the flying. I enjoyed my time with friends and stuff, but I was tired. I was hiking. It was about 8,000 feet altitude in this part of Mexico. And I had just gone like 3.5 hours through the woods with my wing and all this like shit on me. And I didn't have enough water. I was out of water at this point. And this dude pulls up with 3 passengers on his motorcycle. It was his wife, his son, and then his infant child.
What the fuck?
And he's like, you need a ride? And I'm like, I feel bad. Like, with your wife, son, and infant just like standing, and
drag me.
He's like, they can wait. So they all get off the bike and wait in the woods in a dirt road while he takes me to a place where I'll bump into like taxis and stuff. A more populated
That guy never went back.
Nope. Nope. He was kidnapping those people.
Yeah, I tipped him. It wasn't like a tremendous. It was like $25 or something.
That's fair. Damn, that's a year's salary,
dude. 25. Like, I bet it fed his whole family that night. Like, I bet that's what they were hoping for.
Oh, yeah. That buys a lot of Taco Bell.
I can get a rotisserie chicken here for like $9 now, right? Do you guys ever get those? Do you ever go into a store and buy nothing but a rotisserie chicken?
I'll order. So like,
you feel like you're outsmarting the system, because I've said before, that's a lost leader product. No one makes money on those. I get them delivered. You go in. Oh, well, you're already paying through the nose probably.
No, it's still a good deal. Like every now and then it'll work out where they're giving some sort of like spend 20 and get $10 off, and it's like, wait, are you just giving me free food? But the chickens are always the way to go. I'll take those and make soups and stuff like that. I love those rotisserie chickens. They're $6 at the grocery store right next to me though.
Oh damn, yours are even cheaper.
That's how you avoid that like shrinkflation of fast food places, is go and get lunch at like a Publix deli. And it'll be, you can get like 20 hot wings and a big gigantic fry for $8 or something like that. It's still cheap at the grocery store.
That is interesting that like that's what you see so many people concerned with that, of all things. Like they're not even talking, like their first example of inflation isn't like, hey, look at the stuff at the store. The stuff at the store is getting pretty fucking wild, especially in the meat section, which it is. They'll be like, this meal was $4.99 in 2017 at Taco Bell. Now it's $11.29. And it's like, okay, like I got a real good first tip. Don't eat at Taco Bell as like a regular occurrence. Like that's already like, Fast food is like not cheaper than just buying stuff at the store.
It used to be.
It used to be.
It used to be like, oh, one of the reasons poor people are fat is that poor people food is cheap but fattening. Now, McDonald's is expensive.
Yeah, now it's like McDonald's is so pricey. How about you just go buy some overpriced meat at the store? It's gonna get you more meals than just the one at McDonald's. The way milk be fat.
The way milk is priced at my local store is so infuriating. So I think it was like you get like a pint of milk for like $1.60, and I was like, okay, that seems reasonable. But then you could get a half a gallon of milk for $3.20, and I was like, oh, it's so much more milk. That's four pints. But then you get a whole gallon for $3.80, and it's like, I don't want a whole gallon. It's gonna go bad, but I'm not leaving half a gallon for 60 more cents on the table. So yeah, I guess I'll take a gallon. But then if you want the fancy schmancy milk, if you want the grass-fed milk, then the half gallon that's got like the pretty cow on it that looks like
glass bottle.
Yeah, they $14 a gallon. It's $14 a gallon.
Oh yeah, dude, the fancy man milk is so expensive. And
that's a little much.
The fancy man eggs, they are getting bold with the fancy man egg prices. Like if you want like the regular white jumbo eggs, it's like $2 or $3 for like a dozen of them, probably like 3 or so. If you want like the brown, like, hey, our selling point is that we don't actively poison chickens right beforehand. Like it's slightly healthier. It's like $7.
I'm scared to ask what my milk costs. I'm gonna find out.
I get the
I'm gonna ask what my milk costs.
The Nellies. I think the eggs are called Nellies. I think that's the brand. Those are brown cage-free eggs. But yeah, they're like $7 or $8 for a dozen. But when I saw that a half a gallon of milk
better.
Half a gallon of milk was $7 or $7.50 or something. And I was like, this
is scaring me. We buy the fanciest of fancy milk that comes in half-gallon glass jars and is delivered by a milkman to a cooler that they provided for us. She read it. I don't know.
There's one guy.
Oh, she types back. Like, it costs what it costs.
If you told me it was $18 per half gallon,
I love it. She replied back, honey, we can afford milk. Don't worry about the milk.
You let me worry about milk.
She's not writing back.
She
just left you on red. What if you like see like a series of ellipses for like 5 minutes and then just disappear? There's no
ellipses, no nothing. She's like,
Let's get.
Well, I called our accountant.
How much do you think Woody's fancy milk costs per gallon? I'm gonna guess it's $10 a gallon.
I'll say.
No, it's got to be no. I'm saying 15. I'm saying 15.
Okay, I'm saying 14.
Half. Okay, yeah, I bet it's $7.50 per half gallon glass jar or whatever the fuck.
I want to say like
if she replies. I just heard her let the dogs out. Like she's moved on to other things.
Oh, she ran. She ran for it.
She's looking at it like this fucking guy with his
lot of questions lately.
Carries.
She's gonna be like, "How much is a Honda Goldwing?" She said $4.58. It's probably a half gallon. That's less than I expected.
Is that by the ounce? Like, because Oberweis, which is like the glass one we have here, the half gallons are probably $9, like $8.99, $9, which is a lot. Like you better love milk if you're paying.
Does it come in the multiple flavors too? Because the Sprouts near me has like it's either Sprouts or Whole Foods has the glass half gallons of strawberry, chocolate, vanilla milk, custard, and then milk. I
bet they do have it. I rarely buy milk. Every time I remember and I do get milk like twice a year, I'm always like, oh man, I love milk. This is great. And then I forget about it again. And I go back to sparkling fancy man water.
This is what we pay. $2.58 for a half gallon. It's $4.58, but $2 of that is the glass bottle that we get refunded when
That's crazy. That's cheaper than the cheapest milk at the store.
Well, I won't fuss. All right.
Yeah. Damn. Maybe you got grandfathered in.
It's possible.
The old milk price. Like you having a milkman makes me imagine like one guy in his little outfit coming.
White outfit, got the hat.
Yeah, he's got the white outfit.
He might be that guy. I know his truck is all milkmaned out. Like it's not some random box truck. It's got cows on it and shit.
Every single day he's sitting down in his little house with his wife, his little life, and he's like, and Lord, I pray that you help my children off at school, and that you once again bless the Woodworth household. His podcast or whatever he does going strong, Lord. I can't lose my last client.
We like that guy. They have fancy pants soft pretzels. Soft pretzels are not a major part of my diet, but after this show, every single week I have a standing order for soft pretzels to be ready for me when I come downstairs. And now we're on like gourmet soft pretzels that the milkman brings us.
How are we 10 years into this? And we just,
what is like night? That's why he'll be like, guys, can we wrap the show up? I got pretzels waiting.
I do. Yeah.
My pretzels are getting hard on the counter down there.
She's got some spicy mustard, that she puts upside down for me, so it's ready to go.
Nobody wants a fucking stale pretzel, boys. I gotta go.
That's so funny. That's a standing order for and that's a great treat. I love a nice soft pretzel. It beats the shit out of hard pretzels.
I want you to come over because like I gotta show you when you're like, I like soft pretzels, then you try my fucking soft pretzels, you'll be an addict. You'll be like, charcuterie boards, scooch aside, baby.
Well, you can fuse both.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be a winner.
A lot of meats, a lot of bread, just fuel you up for the next day's workout. Man, I haven't had a stuffed pretzel in. I genuinely can't remember the last time. It had to be like a theme park or not even a movie. I don't think I get those at movies.
I don't like them.
Yes, you do. You liar.
Who just likes soft pretzels?
They're all bread and salt.
They're all bread and salt, and they're hot, and they're like crispy.
And the mustard's good too.
Yeah, I like the mustard. I don't have any post show rituals or anything. I just usually try to make my brain stop hurting and lie in a dark room with a towel on my head.
That would be so funny if you're like, you get the vapors after a show just because you're so tired from sitting here talking.
It's not even tired. It's just kind of like wired up too, because I feel like I've just been kind of focusing for 4 hours to some extent or another, and I'm just want to not do that anymore.
I feel you. That's why I wind down after the show with the most stressful video game imaginable.
What game do you play?
Don't worry about it. You haven't heard of it.
Oh, cool. I figured probably not.
Yeah, man. I want to. Who do you even call about getting a pretzel or a soft pretzel delivered to you? I've been on DoorDash many a time, and I've never seen a pretzel place. I've seen cookie places.
Ask your milkman. That's what I do.
I'll have to ask my milkman. I'm gonna have to like stop the ice cream man and like inquire about his Rolodex of antiquated professions. Yeah,
I'll just ask my travel agent.
You're a milkman and a pretzel boy, and you treat women for hysteria with your magic fingers on the that way.
I make wagon wheels.
Yeah, I'd love a nice antiquated snack. What a great job. Do you think that was
milkman?
Like, no, I mean back in the day, like when you could afford to like raise a family on like those jobs where it's like you were just a regular postman or you delivered milk. Like,
can you still do that on a post office salary?
You can on like a Amazon driver, FedEx delivery. Like I think they.
You saw that thing the other day. It was like how much money you needed in each state to raise a family, and it was like $200,000 a year minimum or something like.
They've kind of priced out the vast majority of single income households. Like
those don't exist anymore.
Yeah,
there's 3 companies that own those. 3 companies own like 70% of the households in America or something.
Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, I've read about it, like the BlackRock stuff.
Well, I don't know what the bigger, when you go high enough, there's only like 12 companies on the planet or some shit. But there's like
he's not too far off.
Yeah, it's something like that. It's crazy how if you just look in the defense contractors, because I watch a lot of stuff about the production of old fighter planes, in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and stuff like that. And it's like, oh yeah, that company. Why don't they make planes anymore? And it's like because they're all 3 companies now. All of those companies became 3 or 4 companies. All those plane manufacturers just gobbled each other up. And that can't be better.
Yeah.
I can't name them, but a lot of the consumer goods are like that too. I know Taylor, it's stuck in his head in there. Taylor, who owns Kellogg's at the top? Do you know?
Procter and Gamble?
Yes, Procter and Gamble. Yeah.
Yeah. And then like, I don't know, one company makes
Johnson & Johnson.
So many paper goods. And you think, oh, paper, I don't even use paper anymore. Yeah, you do. All your stuff comes wrapped in it. Your toilet paper, your paper towels, and you buy
everything's made of oil too. I hate people who are anti-oil. I hate those fuckers who glue themselves to highways. And have you seen that thing where they take a piece of PVC, they take a 6-inch PVC pipe and they stick their arm in one side and they handcuff it. And then the cuff goes through the other side to another man and he handcuffs it. So now the chain is in a pipe. So you can't just walk up and clip it. So now, and then they all do it. They make a chain of these fuckers. Oh, I wish someone would hit the one in the middle with a truck and drag them all to their doom. Everything is made of oil. Everything in front of you is made of oil. Plastic is oil. That's what we make plastic out of. It's a petroleum product. I mean, I'm looking in front of me and this is all oil. Paint is oil. All those electronics, oil is in them. It's a part of everything.
Wouldn't part of you like if like we still had that oldie time where like everything came in glass? Now it's to the point where like when something comes in glass, I'm like, oh, this is
I'm glad you brought up glass because recycling's fake too. We don't recycle. That fucking recycle symbol isn't even the recycle symbol. They made a new symbol that looks like the real one and they stuck it on everything. We recycle like 5 to 10% of things at best.
I thought glass was better. Like, I think you're right with plastic. Are you wrong about glass though?
I think glass, they reuse a lot of glass. I know that. I don't know how much glass gets recycled. I think aluminum is the thing where it's cost effective to recycle it. But I think that like everything else, they just throw in a fucking landfill.
I throw food and stuff in my recycling bin all the time because I noticed one day when it was like probably a year ago that a new company took over our waste management in my neighborhood. And like, I'd roll out my trash and I'd roll out my recycling. The guy drove by and calmly dumped both into the same area of the truck. And it's like, oh, okay. So this is just extra trash space for me. And so now I do that.
It's pretend. We pretend we recycle.
Yeah. I Googled it and it looks like I'm wrong and Kyle's right. The top result says it costs $70 to $90 to process a ton of glass. And then it sells for about $10 a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're really not recycling anything then.
I think aluminum, but most of the time it all goes in the garbage. Most of it's just getting thrown in a landfill.
One nice thing about glass is I am not a scientist, but I think it's pretty inert. Like it doesn't get into your water stream and
it's sand. It's just melted sand with some additives.
Do you see that little study that's been floating around on social media where it was like they tested like it was only like 23, 25 guys or something, and all of them had microplastics in their testicles?
Big
like
whoop.
All of them.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know how it impacts us fully yet, but it's just another
hadn't bothered me a bit.
Asbestos or lead poining. Or
is it bothering you, Woody? Your balls fine?
I really like my balls. I'm pretty
all good.
Fan.
All good. Yeah. Hanging low, baby. Swing low, sweet chariots. Let's go. The plastic in your balls, please. My balls can handle plastic. Let me know when there's lead in every stronger? Ball. It makes this more durable. Sure. I mean, great things are made of plastic. I like I said, I'm a big fan of the petroleum industry. If there's a little plastic in me, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
makes
care
me last longer.
Microplastics to me are the new fucking like
lead or asbestos or all those other hokum made up nonsense.
No, okay, like lead and asbestos are a problem. Lead to a lesser extent. I'm not convinced.
Oh, is this like your actual belief?
Yeah. You
don't think it's a problem having microplastics in your
anyone who says not to eat lead just doesn't know how sweet it is.
Yeah. I think a little lead is no big fucking deal, but I think you need to be
clearly.
I really don't think it's a big deal to get a little lead. But like spending your whole especially childhood, eating lead fucking paint chips or being exposed to lead contaminated water because of your pipes.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll definitely retard you.
Well, what about those generations of kids who grew up eating food almost entirely from packaging made of lead? Have you considered, or wait, that's plastic, right?
Yeah, that's us. We're fine.
Yeah. You think it's all good? You think
you
think we're banging on all cylinders?
You know what? You know the best part about plastic is it's inert.
Cylinders.
It's inert. It doesn't do anything. I saw this fucking floozy on one of those
plastic
podcasts.
is not inert. It reacts with all kinds of things, and there's like a million kinds of plastic.
I feel like Taylor's desire to bang on all cylinders is greedy, right? you can have a misfire now and then. Knock it off.
But there is a way to fix it. Blue Chew. And
castration.
We'll come back to this. Yeah,
castration.
Fix your microplastic.
Get rid of that testicular plastic. Get that out of your body.
Yeah. So you don't think plastic in people's nuts or in their hearts or veins or skin or whatever is a big deal?
I mean, when you say it like that, it's like, oh no, but I don't know what that causes to happen. Like I don't know what the downside is. I'm not a doctor. I would say I wouldn't want anything in my body, but then, you got those little mites right on your eyelid and your eyelashes living right there. Those little arachnids moving around right next to your eyeball.
They're not bothering anybody.
Because you can't see them, just like the microplastics.
Not Kyle. Taylor, what would you want your water bottle to be made of?
Probably glass. Yeah, glass or...
Has durability problems.
Yeah, that's true. I have a metal one.
You wrap it in leather.
I like. But then you wrap have a skin.
They make those. Like you can get those. You get glass wrapped in leather to protect it.
I think that metal is. I mean, the only big water bottle I have is made of metal, and it's the same one you have, Kyle. Actually, I don't remember the brand. It was like the off-brand of the tumbler. There's like some brand. Stanley.
Yeah, it's like spend $60 on a Stanley or $12 on this thing. Who am I trying to impress? I'm not in high school.
I'm not in high school.
They all hold water.
The microplastics in water bottles create estrogen, which I think is the scientific term for cooties.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it'll make you gay.
I'm not I think there's lots of things cause this. I'm just not worried about any of that. I just don't care. If I get cancer, I get cancer. But what are you gonna do? Live your life?
Cancer before it's a bitch.
Multiple times.
Nothing.
I mean, I'm just not.
Dude, you guys can't bully, basal cell carcinoma, and because fucking pancreatic's gonna hear about it, and he's gonna be like, these guys think I'm a bitch. Knuckle crack.
Pancreatic can suck my dick. It's just gonna be in the tomb with all the other cancers I've beaten.
When you read about me evil Knieveling my bike off a ramp here in Atlanta, you'll know the pancreatic cancer was coming. I'm gonna do something cool.
Yeah, you'd have to do.
No, I really don't care about the microplastics though. They that's the new I don't know, call to arms buzzword. It feels like for the health conscious. I saw some college educated floozy who should be at home with her family on a podcast the other day. And she's like, and she was making the argument that birth rates were down because of testicular microplastics. And the guy was like, you don't think it's birth control? You don't think it's birth control and abortions?
Well, and economics is my thing that I would have picked.
Yeah,
well, we're talking about since the 70s.
It's been on the decline. Yeah.
Probably birth control is the strongest one. Personal theory. Taylor, why do you think birth rates are going down?
I think you're both right, but I think you can't undercut birth control being a huge part of it. Like
it's the number one factor,
and having doctors recommend that young girls get and stay on it.
I feel like birth control is tied into my economics and about people deciding when to have kids. Birth control is part of that.
Oh well then.
I think people are like, hey, I don't want to have kids until I can afford a house. That's what I'm trying to say, but I haven't put it that eloquently. I don't want kids until I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. And that just delays people into their 30s nowadays.
If you take birth control and abortion away, like it was in 71, then the birth rate skyrockets.
And then we get the crime rates of the 80s, which is dope.
You literally do. You're exactly right. Then you get new Reagan, Donald Trump in there to pump the crack into the neighborhoods, and we lock them all up, and we're all good again. It's cyclical.
That's the cycle of life. Yeah, that's nature.
If Elton John could do that more eloquently, like it's a circle of life,
the circle of crime,
circle of crime.
Oh man, Elton John, I think he's my favorite gay. I love Elton John.
All right, he's all right for now. He is my favorite gay.
Every time I'm playing
Ian McKellen
Empires, I listen to
Ian McKellen.
Okay, I don't know if Ian beats out Elton John.
Gandalf can't be. Not only is he Gandalf, he's also Magneto. which I know
he's number two.
About.
He's your second top G.
He was a great Magneto.
Okay, I don't really care about Magneto.
I don't think either of these people can hold a candle to my gay, because my gay has an OnlyFans, Finster.
Is he gay?
Well, it depends. It's
complicated.
It's complicated. I don't know. We'll have to ask Finster next time.
Well, then he has to be in a different category. Because obviously I know him and I like him.
Yeah, he's my favorite.
I mean, he sucks dick.
Well, wait,
is that gay?
Switch is cool.
Yes.
Shit.
Well, is that
gay? Sucking dick isn't always gay. I mean, sometimes girls do it.
Oh, is that what he meant when he said girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, that is gay.
His girlfriend does have a penis.
His girlfriend has a penis, and so does
he.
And I don't know what his pronouns are, because all the ones I used all night long were wrong.
He literally doesn't either.
I don't think he gives a shit.
He literally doesn't know either, and he doesn't really care. And I love that, because he is like a figurehead in the like trans fucking egg femboy whatever the fuck community. Like, he's the poster girl boy online for that group of people.
I know it's a bit, but I loved it. He refused to tell me his pronouns on the show, and then just got offended at whichever ones I used. It doesn't matter what I said.
Yeah, he doesn't fucking care. He didn't care what you call him.
I don't think he cares either. But if we're talking about the full-on gays like Elton John and Ian McKellen, honestly,
George Michael,
you threw a wrench in my inner workings here, bringing up Ian McKellen. Gandalf is so flagrantly straight that I sometimes forget.
Aragorn today is the same age Ian McKellen was during the trilogy.
Don't say things like that.
How's that feel? I got an old. One thing that's bad. I got an old picture of Aragorn.
What's so straight about Gandalf?
Pay any attention to women in that whole show?
There weren't any women to pay attention to.
Gandalf is a pedo.
He was like, Frodo, destroy the ring so I can get back to fucking elf bitches.
He was into male hobbits. And
I love a good dwarf muff.
You think Gimli was definitely straight?
You have to delve deep to find the slit.
If your girlfriend has a beard, how straight are you?
Like a vein of mithril.
Dude, yeah, Gimli was straight. Legolas was so gay that he wasn't covering for anything. He was obviously straight.
He had a big case of the not gays. So
that's what I'm saying.
So the not gays is when you have your movie star, your character and your thing immediately be like, I sure could use some pussy right now, big old woman pussy, because I like those. It's like out of nowhere they have some.
Legolas did that?
Well, not.
It was implied
that, but I remember in the second movie, I felt like he was too close with that made up. Not the second movie, the Hobbit. In the Hobbit movie, with that girl they made up so that she could have a love thing with one of those ugly dwarfs. By the way, the Hobbit she picked, or no, the dwarf she picked, was the hottest dwarf in all of dwarfdom. Everyone else has these big bulbous noses and like a forehead, like a Cro-Magnon. They got ears 8 times bigger than they should be, and foreheads that don't make sense, weird, goofy chins. And then here's like the hottest dwarf ever. I'd fuck it.
Yeah, he looked good. All the other dwarves had like facial psoriasis. Like problems, and that's probably why he kept him in his troop. He was like, no one's even going to notice I'm short next to these.
Did you know that Tolkien? Tolkien was working on a sequel, like a legitimate sequel to it's called like a New Shadow or a new Shadow or something like that.
Is that the one his like son tried to finish?
I don't know if his son ever tried to finish it. I know there were 3 different drafts of it where each one was a little bit more expanded on the other, but it was 105 years after the death of Aragorn. Aragorn's son is doing some stuff. I think he's the king now. And I think like the peasantry has fallen into these orc cults and all sorts of stuff like that. I fell asleep. I didn't hear the rest of what it was about, but
I'll need to listen
like it was
to that
interesting.
lore video.
There's a really good YouTube channel that you should be subscribed to called Nerd of the Rings.
You've recommended them to me before, and I haven't got on it yet.
That dude is a bigger Lord of the Rings fan than you, because he'll go. He's like,
he's got a YouTube channel.
He has these long form videos of like, what would happen if Galadriel took the ring? What would happen if Gandalf took the ring? And he's basing it on letters from Tolkien, because Tolkien got asked these questions. I think of Tolkien and the book and the trilogy as this thing from the 18th century or something, but Tolkien died 71, I think, something like that. Like
I thought it was before that, but yeah, it
70s.
He's not, like, he was writing Lord of the Rings in the 1900s. It's not as old as like
it was based on his experiences in World War I, and he wanted to create a uniquely English mythology because there really wasn't one outside of Arthurian legend, and so that's why it's doubly insulting when you see the sort of miscegenation that Amazon's throwing into the mix with how they're making.
Don't use that word.
I love that word. Tom Bombadil's in the new season. Did you hear?
I did hear that, and I don't care. I'm not watching.
Not watching.
Not giving them any more eyeballs on their dog shit product.
No.
And all the people that were, LARPing, trying to pretend it was better than it was, are probably not going to return to the show, and Amazon will take a bath. Get fucked, Amazon.
Well, what they're not taking a bath on is Fallout. It turned out to be, it broke all sorts of records. One of the most streamed shows they've ever had, maybe the most streamed show they've ever had. Super successful. And I think what's going to happen now is people are going to, seeing that success, are going to start looking for any video game property to make a series or a movie out of. So in 3 years from now, you can bet there's going to be a slew of more video game adaptations trying to take advantage of that.
I'll watch the next season of Fallout. It was like, it kept my attention. It was like, I don't think I'll rewatch it. Like, I didn't like it that much, but I want more of Walton Goggins. A similar fine amount of the girl. I liked her all right. Like, I wasn't like, didn't love her character, didn't dislike her character. She was just kind of the vehicle through which the show moved. And I want that lunatic doctor who was like
chicken fucker.
The chicken fucker. I want a lot more of him. There cannot be too much of that guy. He was good.
I like the show a lot. I'm looking forward to its return in 2 years, by the way.
Why do they do that shit now?
Well, they spend a bunch of money. They invest all that money in making season 1, and then they market it and they release it, and then they have to wait until we all like it and they see that it's profitable to make more, and then they pull the trigger on the more, and the wheels only then start turning. That's the problem.
I don't like that. They need to, have some balls. Start season 2 right after season 1 is done. Have some confidence in your product.
Usually season 3 is quick to follow though, because they'll often green light like season 2 and 3 when they get going again. The Boys is coming back soon, which I'm excited for. I heard the creator of that say that he was going to go back on his word and not only do 5 seasons. He had said before that it was just 5 seasons and that's it.
Oh.
And now
would this have been 4?
I think we're going into 4, and he's like, maybe the story goes on a little longer than 5.
Yeah, I'm getting used to these checks. I think
there's a Generation V spoiler in The Boys, but I didn't read on to see what it was.
Oh, I don't know.
But I'm psyched for it. The Boys has been one of my favorite things on TV for a while now. I have a feeling we're on the second half of the bell curve in terms of how good I think it is, but we'll see. I'm still looking forward to it.
I think we're going to get Homelander's trial for nuking that guy. And that's going to be fun as it mirrors like Donald Trump's trials, perhaps a little bit. I'm looking forward to that. Homelander is still the scariest villain in TV right now. Like when I watch that Fallout show, it's fun. I'm not afraid of any of the villains or the bad guys or the monsters. It's just a fun little romp. But whenever Homelander's on screen, I'm like, oh, I hope he doesn't like tear my favorite character's nose off or something awful like that. Like, I hope he doesn't just like
chimpanzee in every scene.
Yeah. There's always an angry chimpanzee in every scene.
Homelander said that he would beat Superman in a fight.
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
He said that he doesn't have a weakness of kryptonite. There is no kryptonite for Homelander. And that like Superman would be fighting fair while Homelander was throwing sand in his eyes.
Yeah. That doesn't hurt Superman.
Superman's got pretty legit blink.
Homelander said in the show that he would beat up, that he could.
The actor in real life said it because he wanted us to talk about it because he knows how to promote his show. But if you even look at how his character's represented and his strength levels are represented in the show, like he's not that strong. We saw last season where is his name Stewie? Like Stewie and Butcher took the fucking super formula.
Might be Huey. Does it say
Huey? It's Huey. You got it.
Yeah.
Like they were beating the shit out of Homelander, and none of them is that strong. They're like throw a car strong, or like fly through a building strong.
It's like 3-on-1, right? Soldier Boy, Huey, and Butcher.
Sure, but like the way they interact with their environment, like walls, when they slam each other into a wall, it dents the wall. Superman goes through the wall, right? And like
the building can fall on him. It's not a problem.
Yeah, his strength seems to be infinite, and that's, you know, say what you want about Superman being an interesting character or not. He wouldn't be interesting in a fight against somebody like Homelander because he would just like blink him out of existence if he wanted to. Homelander is more evil than most of the villains that Superman has to deal with, though, because he's just from a nasty, dirty universe that written by a mean man.
Who's the mean man?
Same guy who made Walking Dead.
Oh, okay. Well, the Walking Dead universe didn't seem that like there were good guys.
Yeah, but it's also very dark with you know, rape, lots of sexual violence, cannibalism, horror, you know, mutilation.
It was an interesting take to me in that the most dangerous people in the Walking Dead universe were not the zombies. I don't know, maybe it exists, but I don't know of any other zombie universes where the zombies are a secondary problem.
You know, like 28 Days Later, as scary as the zombies were, when they finally get to the military camp they've been trying to get to this whole time for safety, and it turns out the military camp a bunch of sadistic rapers who want to steal their women and put them in sexual slavery and kill them and put them in a ditch. It's like, dang, the zombies didn't discriminate. like you got stuck.
You're right. The people were bad. I think you could still argue the zombies are the biggest problem in that universe.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm more afraid of a person than I am any kind of zombie, though. Like people are conniving and tricky and just brutal and sadistic. Like at least the zombie eats you and gets it over with. Like people are awful.
People stay problematic, right? Most the zombies, like you said, are dumb enough that you can build up your environment, and then they're just wild animals. I mean, people survive amongst tigers and bears and shit like that all the time. They just build up their environment until they're protected from it. You stay inside the house or what have you. People, it's hard to protect yourself from them. They're clever.
Yeah. Yeah, we dominate the animal kingdom so hard. Like, none of them are even, like, who's even second place? Like, I feel like
if you really want to dominate the animal kingdom, you have to start breeding them out of existence, right? We need to bang so many donkeys that purebred donkeys aren't there anymore.
We've on accident done that to whole species where we're like, oh, I'm sorry, was there some kind of anteater that used to fuck around here? Not anymore. I needed cheaper paper.
I don't know what you're referring to, but it's still funny.
I don't know, like cutting down the Amazon wherever anteaters live.
There's a really good series on YouTube, and it's like all of the animals that the Romans would have seen that are now extinct, all the animals the Egyptians would have seen that are now extinct. And there's a lot of them. It's kind of sad. There was some sort of pigeon that was super numerous. There was a hunting competition, and the winner
loss.
They killed like 3 billion of them or something. The winner of a hunt would kill 50,000 birds. They just killed them all.
What do you kill them with?
Shotgun.
Wait, when was this?
I don't know. 1900s, early 1900s.
I thought you were talking. You seamlessly went from Rome to this, and I'm like, no, how are they getting so many?
Yeah. I thought it's like rocks.
No, I was saying like
lots of spears.
There's a YouTube series for animals that the Romans would have seen that have gone extinct. For the Egyptians and so on and so forth. And just as an example of another animal that used to be around not that long ago that we drove to extinction were these pigeons that we killed off of 120 years ago or something like that.
We need to do what we did to Cro-Magnons and just breed them out of existence. I need some panda people, right? Like find something that makes a baby with people.
I think we came from Cro-Magnons or something like that.
Cro-Magnon, yeah, I think that's a prerequisite to. They're not prerequisite, preempted Homo sapiens, right? Or maybe they probably lived side by side for a while, and we were like, get a load of these fucking idiots, and then we figured out like build some buildings and like
that's war. You touched on it. That's what I would want to go back and see that went extinct. The other people, like the other hominids, is what they're called. the other things that were a lot like us that had their own like little communities of intelligent beings.
Pygmies.
In Indonesia, they had these hobbit people that were like 3.5 feet tall or something that were people. And then obviously the Neanderthals, and there's more. There's several other little groups of people they found that are distinctly not human, but intelligent, 2-leg walking hominids that fucking made clothes and spears and hunted and talked to each other and shit. Maybe not talk to each other.
But they were close enough for us to mate with, like, and create viable offspring.
Not that I know. The Neanderthals, yes. I don't know.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
The Hobbit people they found in a cave in Indonesia, and so like I don't think they know very much about.
I see some shit on Motherless. You can mate with more than you'd guess.
There's still a race of short people living in Indonesia. They're called Indonesians. They're there. Yeah, maybe not 3 feet tall, but they're little fellas, I think.
They are little fellas.
Yeah, you have to be. You're living on there's a lot of islands there. You're too big. Like, you think some giant Swede is going to thrive there? No, it takes too many calories.
There's that one group of people who live on the coast or something. They have extra large pancreases or something like that. They can hold their breath for really long because of some genetic difference they have. That's
like more robust lungs or something.
Yeah, we should all have that. I think they can like scrub CO2 from their blood more efficiently than we can or something.
The Nepalese have something like that with like oxygen saturation, don't they? Like they can just survive way better than other people at those ridiculous altitudes.
You would imagine. So I know that I read that one guy who's a Sherpa has done Mount Everest twice this month already, and it's like his 6th or 8th time this year.
Yeah, he's at work. Like
again, not impressive. It's not impressive. Not impressive. You tell me climb Mount Everest. Oh, cool. I run a 5K. A 5K. Yeah. yeah.
It really isn't.
So we're like,
hey, you got to commit. You got to commit. You got to train. You got to really focus. Mount Everest, expensive, huh? Yeah. Not for me.
No, not for me either. I don't. It's more of I can't be bothered.
Not impressed.
Okay. What like feats like that would
swim the English Channel? I'd be blown the fuck away.
Go find the Titanic in a homemade submarine.
You swim the English Channel. Or you swim Cuba to Miami. You do one of those crazy swims like that.
I think that's 90 miles, right?
It's 90 miles. A lady did it.
No, that was the English Channel, and she was a big fat woman, right? That's a different story.
It's probably a different story. I don't know about the fat lady who swam the English Channel, which, guessing off the top of my head, is 30 miles, right?
I have 22 in my head, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm literally guessing just based on maps. So I have no number I've ever read or remember.
21 in its narrowest.
Nailed it.
Okay.
But I bet you've got to start swimming way at an angle from where you want to be, right? Because you're being over the course of swimming 20 miles, like the current's got to pull you dozens of miles.
You got to swim diagonally or start on like.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
Swim straight, but allow just your path will be diagonal. That's how I once did really well in a swimming competition.
Than what I said.
Just following that exact. For the lifeguard tryouts, it wasn't an interview. It was an athletic competition, and there were 70 people doing this like mile swim. You swim half mile straight out and then back, and you can see the buoy. And like 68 people lined up right in front of it, but I could see the current, and I was a surfer, so I read currents like every day. And I know I'm right, but 68 people disagree with me, and I'm like, but I know I'm right. I can see it with my own eyes. So I walked 2 blocks over all by myself, and I had a friend who was also competing, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, I can see it. The current's going this way. All these people are going to be swimming against the current. And, except me, I'm going to swim straight out and let it carry me to the buoy. And that's what I did. And I did well. I was just a kid, and everyone else was like collegiate swimmers and shit. I was out of high school, and I got 4th. So
nice.
Better than I expected.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, something like that would impress me. That Mount Everest thing, I think, is a rich guy hike. And I know people die, but they don't die because it was so hard they couldn't continue. They die because a storm came in and killed them. Like that doesn't make it hard. That makes it dangerous. I just don't think it's hard.
It still seems pretty. It's not easy.
I think it's easy. I think it's easy on the like grand scheme of like climbing K2, I would be so much more impressed.
Well, I don't want to spend too much time on Everest again, because I explicitly remember not that long ago sitting here talking about it and like pulling up the Wikipedia to talk about how people died from, and like many of them were in like early retirement age.
Yeah. It's nonsense. I could easily climb Mount Everest. I
could easily beat Brock Lesnar.
I wouldn't even brag about it. I wouldn't tell people.
There's a non-zero chance Kyle's already climbed Everest and he's not telling us.
Hey, I'm just saying I might have went up last week. You don't know. You don't know. This is a green screen. I'm in Nepal right now.
Great internet.
I'm at base camp right now.
He's tethering
green
to his
screen
phone.
away, and I was there like pulled up. Oh, there we go. Oh.
Next show, you should have a tent in your green screen background.
Or my parka. I like put some makeup on so my nose is like blue and black from frostbite.
Do you have any other info?
I was wrong.
About like
so wrong
about like non-pigeon animals, like a good animal.
The oryx
that the Romans had.
Oh, like
or the Egyptians, either one.
There was some. There were smaller elephants with bigger ears. There was something called an oryx, which was like a buffalo bison type thing. None of them were like, there was the maned, there's some sort of a maned wolf. And then the one in Australia, there's that old video of, that might be the main.
Oh, the Tasmanian devil?
That still lives. There's plenty of those, I think. I don't think those died out.
I thought, because you know that old picture, it's like from the 1896 World Fair.
He's spinning around real fast, getting all rowdy. Yeah.
But they show the old Tasmanian devil, and it has like stripes on the back. Tasmanian tiger, that's what it is. Yeah.
That's the last. They have the last living one, and they're like, here it is, the last living Tasmanian tiger, and over there, a boy from Nigeria.
It loves when you throw coins at it.
I saw that graphic today, and it was countries who at one time or another.
And in the next exhibit, we have an African child. Like
exactly, yeah. That's what
he also loves it when you throw coins at him.
Yes, they all love coins.
It was a graph of all the countries who have had people zoos or people in their zoos, and it's us, the English.
Wait, we had people in zoos?
Oh yeah, we had people.
Anyone that came up with zoos before they figured out that was pretty gauche, like they were throwing people in there. They'd be like, "Up this next exhibit from Darkest Africa." Again,
yes, they would have
peanuts, throw coins.
They would have black.
What would they do?
They just would put them in a cage.
Same thing
that
animals do. They just chill.
Like read books and stuff.
They can't fucking read.
They didn't know how to read.
They didn't go get some scholar from Nigeria. They got some boy with a bone through his nose and threw him in a cage.
Unhand me. What is the charge?
Madam, democracy
might enjoy a sunny day on the Kenyan fields. They didn't know how to fucking read. They just were like,
Zach, find us a picture of one of them kids in a zoo. That little fellow.
Some British guy literally probably showed up and was like, "Hey, this shiny new gun, all yours, as long as you let me fill up this cage and I get to have an exhibit." And they're like, "All right, dealio."
Yeah, I think
take them to the zoo.
You could just go scoop up a few of those little fellows and nobody really know.
Probably not.
Well, I don't.
No, I'm glad he brought up the little elephants. I really like this.
Well, I don't know what this is. Find me. Don't show me. There. Well, there you go. Now that's what I wanted.
Huh.
That is what I wanted.
Wait, is this? It looks like people are just swimming here. There's black. I think African people just like. Oh, so this isn't a zoo. This is just a.
Actually, one black guy on the edge, and I bet he's like ready to get out of there before he joins the exhibit.
There's two. I see two.
You see this guy in the bowler cap? My God, who taught those black men to swim?
My first day of high school, I was in the locker room, and they were taking all the smallest freshmen and jamming them into lockers. And the way these lockers worked is if you could get the doors shut, then you couldn't open it from the inside. And I'm watching these poor kids. I only know them because we combined a couple schools to make my high school.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know these strangers. I just know that small people are getting stuffed into lockers. And I was like backing away as a fellow smallie, trying not to get noticed. And some guy was like, look at Woody and Jimmy walking backwards away from the commotion, hoping they don't go in lockers. It's like, look at you calling me out for it.
You're just like, ha.
Anyway, I think it was the same vibe as that African guy watching his other Africans in the pool at the exhibit. Like, I should back away.
Nah, this
I don't want to go in too.
So this is the sad story of an African boy who was showcased in a zoo cage in 1904. Ota Bingo was kidnapped from the Congo and taken to America and exhibited at the Bronx Zoo in the Monkey House. He suffered inhumane treatment and ended up committing suicide 12 years later.
I believe that entire story, but what is going on with his head in that left image? Like, does that look shopped?
The man has a tall head. Look in the right image. They probably from some sort of society that wraps their heads in fucking rubber bands until they get all long and weird.
On the right?
That is,
that must be the same guy.
Him. Ota Bingo. Man.
Oh, that's the same person. Okay.
Yeah. He spent his whole life in the zoo.
Yeah. Woody, this is from Dr. Penking on Twitter. And it was posted at 1:28 a.m., which is prime fact hours.
He's a writer, a novelist, and a medical doctor, Taylor. What problem, what issue do you take with doctor? He's an MBBS and an MPHI, whatever.
That's nothing compared to my Twitter bio.
DM for ads
a
and
master's
promo.
in bullshit.
Noted historian on race relations. Jesus, Taylor, trying to take Dr. Penking down a notch.
Yeah, have some respect for Otto Buntunk.
We should.
And I'm glad I didn't have to live in a zoo. That would have sucked.
I wouldn't want to live in a zoo either. And if I did, I'd hope it was a way nicer zoo than that.
Yeah, it was more of a. Yeah, it was a little bit of a zoo, I guess. It smelled nice in there. It was so clean that the zoo that kid was in looked filthy.
Now that you say that, I remember you were telling me that the other inmates kind of self-policed and kept it tidy.
It's the cleanest place you'll ever go to is a prison. Not only, I'm sure, do the staff make sure that the place is clean, but like the prisoners don't want to. It's where you live, and you have very limited living space, so you keep what you have clean.
What about people's personal hygiene? Did they police that as much as they did the infrastructure?
Yeah, you get beat up if you were stinky. Like at some point they would correct you. No one was stinky, but they'd be like,
your cube mate had hair with an odor, I think.
Jerry? No. He had this fucking black man hair treatment shit. There's some sort of goo he put in his hair that smelled like a big fat magic marker, like a permanent marker, like the biggest one you've ever seen. You can barely get the cap off. The way that thing smells really strong of like chemicals or something. That's what the stuff he put in his hair would smell like. But I would only smell it when he was applying it. Because I was on the top bunk and he's like 6'4", and his head's basically like right next to me as he's like looking in his mirror of his locker, putting the shit in his hair. But yeah, that stunk. But no BO. Just a chemically black man smell.
When I first do my hair, it smells slightly of coconut.
Yeah. I smell nice too.
I like coconut.
Taylor, what kind of cologne do you wear, Taylor? I just ran out.
Dolce & Gabbana light blue. It's very good. I've gotten many compliments.
I've had the same bottle of CK1 for a decade at least, and I just ran out.
Get yourself some D&G light blue. Your girlfriend will like it.
I don't have cologne, but I have Gillette aftershave. It's a gel. And if I smell that way, I expect a bang. So if I bring it on the next get together, be ready.
You're firmly in the cologne money camp of people. You should invest in that.
You should treat yourself in an $80 bottle of cologne.
Yeah. But Dentine and aftershave, that's my scent. Don't steal it.
Dentine. Usually chewing the last stuff of Dentine manufactured in 2004.
It's actually Listerine strips now. I've updated it. But
Wings left a bottle of Polo. Wings left a bottle of Polo at my house, and I had that bottle of Polo for years too, and I used it. I was like, "This is part of my group now."
Yeah, cologne is like a bottle that's like 5 ounces or something, like 4 ounces is like $80 at Nordstrom of the Dolce & Gabbana stuff I have, and like that. Well, that's years and years. Like it's cologne. You need one spray if you're putting it on. And how often are you wearing cologne?
Speak for yourself.
Every day.
I get 2 dates out of a bottle like that. I need everyone to know that I had $80.
You wear cologne every day, just even if you're just out and like about the house?
If I could take a shower at like 7 p.m. after working out and then go to bed 3 hours later, but I'm going to put cologne on, but after that, it's just part of my routine. I turn my brain off for large parts of my day. And so I have these pre-programmed, when I'm making coffee or when I'm like doing a thing that I do every day, like one of those routine things, my brain is off. It's in like that Tesla mode where like I might hit a curb, but I'm going to get there all the same. Like it's kind of self-driving. And so like, yeah, cologne's going on. Like I know all my shit's in a certain order, but yeah, cologne every day. That's why I'm out. But like you said, it lasts a decade. I think it's an 8-ounce bottle that I had. And then I went through Wings bottle in like 2 years. It wasn't full when he left it.
Yeah. Well, I probably wear cologne once a week. Like when I'm like, if I'm going out to dinner or, whatever. Out on the town. Yeah. I want to be able to go to the Blues game.
What does it smell like? Is it spicy?
I'm so bad at describing smells. It smells good. It's not too sharp. It's not an aggressive scent. And I've had a lot of. I mean,
you know what I want?
You can't tell with women because they're going to compliment whatever cologne you're wearing, like when they're interested in you, like that just as one of their little signals. And so maybe it's not the cologne itself, but
I want some black market cologne. You know what I want? I want some of that shit that's got ambergris in it.
Rhino horn. Oh, ambergris.
Yeah, I don't think you can get that in the United States, but I bet in Japan you can get it. So I'm hoping that like, if anybody out there can get me, well, actually, just mail Woody a bottle of the finest ambergris cologne from Asia, and then he's going to send it my way as long as
its flammability.
Yeah,
it'll be very flammable. Got
to test it to know for sure.
I just had to mull it over for a second, Kyle. If I were just like, off the top of the dome to describe Dolce & Gabbana light blue, I'd say that it's kind of a sensation of sun-drenched skin, the bracing breeze of the Mediterranean Sea, the fruity and floral scents of the vegetation. That's just
that sounds kind of ethnic to me. I'm not down. I don't know about all that.
Sounds a little bit Mediterranean Sea, the North Mediterranean Sea.
No, that sounds like some olive-eating, Moor mothered
some olive eaters. Yeah. You don't fuck with the olive part of Europe. You're a butter.
Your ancestors were ninjas. That's a fact. That's a fact. You can look it up. It's been written. Your ancestors. You're an eggplant. Oh, I love that fucking scene. That's a good movie. I recommend it. That's true romance. It's just like the cast of that's outrageous. Gary Oldman is unrecognizable. Gary Oldman plays a Rastafarian drug dealer pimp with one of his eyes gone, and he speaks in that Rastafarian man. And I've
seen a part of this Gary movie on TV before, and that's everybody's seen scenes I remember.
Everybody's seen the interrogation scene with Christopher Walken and what's his name, but it's a good fucking movie.
Give me a Walken. Give me your best Walken.
The Foo Fighters. That's my favorite. He was on SNL and he asked the Foo Fighters. He's like, "Do I put the accent on the Foo or Fighters?" And they're like, "On Fighters." And so when he comes like, "Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters."
Can you imagine how often he's just trying to go about his business and someone's like, "Hey, did you hide something in your ass today?" Like,
do you know why he speaks that way?
He had a stroke long ago. I don't remember exactly what he sounds like.
His parents were immigrants who did not speak English.
From where? A country where it's just them? Like no one else sounds like that.
They had this he learned English from someone who barely spoke English, and they had that pause and like deliver sort of effect to their wherever they were from. I don't know where. I don't remember. One of the stupid countries, I'm sure. And so that's why he speaks that way.
Okay. Well,
and it's awesome.
We can all use a little work on our walk-ins.
Yeah.
I think You don't break out impressions that much, but I liked your Jamaican. I think you did a good job.
The Rastafari and Gary Oldman.
Rastafari Kyle should make more appearances.
I do have some dreads in the other room I could throw on.
Yes.
Got the hat. Do the whole. I got some shoe polish. Shoe polish. You're going way too dark.
Shoe polish. No, spray tan when they're trying to.
I was just watching that. I watched that
like a few days ago. Yeah, I hadn't dipped my toe back in Sunny in so long because I did that stupid thing over the years where I drilled them all into my head so much that now like I can go years without watching a 1 second of Sunny, and then I put season 4 back on, and it's like a brain blast of like all of it's remembered right away. Like, oh yeah, I remember every line of every episode. What a good show.
I was watching a montage today of all of the Uncle Jack moments, in Uncle Jack.
Yeah.
It was in an early season, like maybe first 4. And Charlie is like showing on a doll where he was touched or something like that. And Uncle Jack is getting off watching. He's like, slow. Show him. Slow.
When they find that kid and they're talking to him about it, and he's like, "Where's the child? Have you touched the child yet?" And then they're like,
she's like, I messed up big time. I kidnapped Bill Ponderosa's kids. I got him out in the car, and he's like, "Have you got them confined in a crawl space or a closet? Have you touched them yet?"
Yeah.
No, what? No, Jesus, fuck. Yeah,
It's
his like unabashed pedophilia is one of the best parts of the show. Him just clearly being a pedophile.
What did I come back to?
Talking about Uncle Jack and Always Sunny, how he's just the most clear of clear pedophiles, but the only thing he's insecure about is he's like, my hands. Don't show my hands. I'm going to put them under the table. Now take the phone. Can you lay your hands over mine? So
we're lawyers.
We're lawyers. Yeah, it's like what a ridiculous thing to be self-conscious about when you're an actual pedophile.
Actual pedophile. And he actually really does have tiny hands. I noticed in that scene that they genuinely look like child hands. I was like, is that CGI?
See, I watched it and I couldn't tell if he actually had small hands or if I had it implanted in my head from the episode because I never noticed on my own.
Yeah. It's the episode where she's kidnapped Bill Ponderosa's kids and they're sitting in the bar and he like you said, he puts them under the table for the picture. Like they really are tiny.
Huh. Do they play it up and give him like big cuffs and such?
He wears giant fake hands over his hands in one scene when he's in court, and he's got these big fake, and everyone knows they're fake. and he goes to gesture and point at like the defendant or way it was him, and like the hand flies off, and he starts screaming, "Oh God! Oh God! Don't look!" And he's trying to like put his hand back on. He's trying to have the hand remarks stricken from the record. He's talking to the stenographer. It's fucking great. That like I told you a few times, but the newer seasons or the last season was good. It was a throwback to previous years. It was cool to see because a lot of the shows that we've been watching for 15 or 20 seasons now have kind of lost most of their zest. Yeah, they're not quite the show they used to be. But so it was nice to see them have a bit of a resurgence. Yeah, South Park, Family Guy. I've watched new Family Guy and thought it was okay. I thought it was okay. The Simpsons, obviously, you can look at the IMDb graph. You can see like where the decline is, and it's obvious. It's they lose writers and they run out of ideas, and then time. I don't want to see modern Simpsons though. That's so off-putting to me to have them make commentary on current things or be doing modern things. It's really off-putting because I want the Simpsons to be nostalgic and sort of forever. Like I almost want them to forever exist in the 90s. Like they should still be in the 90s as far as I'm concerned with what's going on. Bush should be president. You know what I mean? Like or Clinton. That would be fine with me if that was the avenue they took. I know you're a little miffed that King of the Hill is coming back. And Bobby is going to be 21 or 22 years old, something like that. And he's a chef. And I'm sure you'll have old Hank. And I hope that a big focus of the show is old Hank dealing with 2024. I
appreciate how much Taylor doesn't like it, but I like it. I didn't want them to come back and try to do more King of the Hill as if nothing had changed. Grow up the character. Show me where we are now. I don't want more of the same. We've done.
Dale died. Too.
Yeah, they can't really.
actor?
The actor who did Dale's voice died, and so like after I heard that last year, I was like, oh, so any hope of it being good just went out the window. Dale's such an important character.
I hope they get AI. That's what I would do.
I'd like that 70s show to come back and have the kids be adults now.
They did that.
I think they called it
Really?
that, right?
They straight up
they
did that?
did that, and they brought everybody back except for the Danny McBride, who's a rapist and in prison.
No, not Danny McBride. Danny Masterson.
Oh,
Danny
Danny
McBride is the guy from.
Sorry, Danny McBride. I love
Down and
you.
Down. Shout out to Danny McBride, friend of the
He
show.
watches. Yep.
You don't know who Danny McBride is?
Yeah,
You know.
whatever. I like it when you see President Lisa Simpson every so often, like a little glimpse into the future.
I don't.
Okay.
I like it on one-off episodes when it's part of the plot, but like the bread and butter of the show is like Peggy and Hank and Bobby and their surrounding little cast and the slice of life problems they encounter as a couple of parents with a single child. They kind of want more kids.
You gotta
but Hank
change it, though.
Lisa-
If you were
don't
still
have-
making videos about how parents don't truly understand what kids are going through, that would suck.
But
No,
that's not.
I'm okay with the change too, because
You
I
gotta
don't
grow.
want more of the same. I do want something different if they're going to come back, because Brittany
Then
Murphy's
make a different
gone.
show, like a
Brittany
totally
Murphy's-
different show.
Well, they probably call it like Spring of the Hill or whatever or something. But you know, Brittany Murphy's dead. Dale's dead. Chuck Mangione, I think he's dead.
Brittany Murphy, Peggy, or the hot one?
She was the hot one.
She was, yeah. She was not. I mean, all of those episodes that centered around Luann were terrible, and so it didn't hurt the show to not have Luann.
I didn't
around.
like Luann as a character. I liked Bobby and his like silliness. And I liked Hank and Dale and I like the boys, I guess. I liked, if it was an episode with just the four men off in the woods, that was a good episode to me.
Yeah.
Dale's probably my favorite character out of all of them. Bill has the coolest episodes. The Bulldozer episode, I stand by.
Bulldozer.
That's the best episode for me. When basically Bill was this incredible high school standout. Now he's a complete loser. So that's just one feather in his cap. I was the Bulldozer. I was the running back who could not be stopped by an entire team. And this new high school kid's about to break his record, and he welcomes it. He loves that he's being interviewed on the local radio to talk about when he was the Bulldozer and how he's proud that little Bobby or Billy or whatever his name is going to break the record now. Well, the kid who was going to break the record breaks his leg instead. And so now he's out, and they're like, oh, he fell short. Well, there's one more game in the season. They have the kid with the broken leg go out on the field late in the game, and the defense lets him walk in and score. He's on crutches. He drops the football, and a defense member picks the ball up and hands it to him. Here you go. And he walks in and breaks Bill's record. And Bill's like, I'm a high school dropout. I'm still eligible. I think the Bulldozer needs to come back and break that record. And so he starts training and going, and it's great. That's my favorite episode. I love that shit.
That's a great episode.
It could get cringy for me with Bobby and his girlfriend and stuff like that. Khan was always good, but I welcome a new thing on King of the Hill. I'm glad they've changed it. It feels right for Bobby to still basically be a kid at 21, and that I like that they stuck with the series finale with him sort of discovering cooking as the way he and Hank could bond. I hope that Hank is like going to his restaurant and like that's still the only thing they can kind of come together on is cuisine or Bobby's cooking. And I hope that Bobby is like a wild left-wing liberal and Hank is, conservative, and they're having talks about that. I'm looking forward to it. I hope they AI Dale too. I need Dale with his conspiracies. In 2024, Dale is great. With all the conspiracies, wild stuff, contrails, and whatever.
It won't be as. I don't have high hopes. I may
Will Dale
well
be in the show?
I mean,
he's dead, so I don't think so. And
you could do him.
No, they could find someone who could do him.
AI, no, you AI and you pay his widow. That's what I do 100%.
That's soulless.
I'm cautious about that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
show me.
Yeah, I feel like it's so good. Like just get one of those.
But
like that's what AI is good at. Like maybe you can't go and write me a symphony orchestra, but copying somebody's voice and maybe not on the spot. All right, so you're basing it on those the ones where you just like click a button and like make it happen. But they've got a studio. They've got plenty of time to be like, that didn't come off right. Let's change the way they roll that R. Let's change the way he leads from this word to that word, Hank. Like they could go in there and they could tinker with it and make one.
Hank, I'm burning in hell, and they're using a computer to get my voice.
My soul's trapped in that machine, Hank.
Joseph, I'm scared.
See, yeah, I think it's better to get a person. I feel like this conversation kind of made that true. What computers are good at are emulating almost anything but a human. We're just too sensitive to voices and faces and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I agree 100%. It wouldn't turn out well. Either way, it's not going to be a good show.
I don't know. I can't tell sometimes if I'm watching a YouTube channel that's run by a man or a machine.
Dude, yes. Sometimes I feel like I do tell before it's over, but the fact that I get 4 or 5 minutes in sometimes on the long end.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, this is AI. It's accenting the wrong things, and it's not following its own train of thought like you'd expect. And
that's the British applicable, you piece of shit. Yeah, I don't notice sometimes, and what I want to see an example of. I keep hearing that there are like AI OnlyFans girls who are like just killing it. I need to see one of these fake women.
You need to be one of them.
I bet we can find an example of an AI OnlyFans just like on Twitter.
You just get that service that replies to your messages and then just do they look real? You see some real ladies there?
But
yeah, this is not AI. We've been hoodwinked.
You guys have been active on Tinder in your life. Do you ever get AI chatbots trying to scam you on Tinder? Because I thought that was a thing.
I've definitely gotten messages that were like clearly from just a random, like they just some body out there just grabbed a photo from like an actress's website, threw it up, and then it's just like disjointed sentence with too many spaces in between words, where it'd be like, "Hey, space, what's new?" with like an exclamation point or something.
So
like
it was a person with a bad translate app or an AI?
You can't really tell what it is.
Yeah, you can't tell 100%. But like if you look at the pictures and it's clear that it's like these are just headshots from like a woman who was, probably, an extra in the 80s.
You reverse image search the photos, and then you ask questions. And usually I can tell right away that something's up. So I just I'm not interested in finding out what scam you're running. Like as soon as I have a scent of a scam, I'm gone. Like I'm doing okay. Having a hard time with my rent this month, Get the fuck out of here, you whore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope you get kicked out.
And then other times it's like, you're so fat, you're real.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like, no, you're real.
Yeah. I know that all of you is real. Yeah. It's like, man, if like the balls to get on a website for dating and like have a bio that's like, I'm really picky, teehee, and it's like, no, you're not. You eat everything in sight. You're like you're not even.
But here's my question: in middle school, the ugliest girl in school liked my friend. He was actually a good-looking guy, but he was insulted by it, and I was like, I get why. Like, it's not like her vision is bad, right? Just because she's ugly doesn't mean you are.
Lisa Berger.
No, if the ugliest girl in school thinks she has a shot with you, she thinks you're the ugliest guy in school. That was his take. So do you apply that at all? Like if some fucking hamburglar goes in there and tries to
I was going to ask
swipe right on you.
I was almost going to ask him the exact same question. I was going to ask him, has he ever been hit on by a woman so ugly that it hurt his feelings?
Yeah.
No, I take it all as a compliment.
Me too. Like, yeah. I it's been a long time, but I was once hit on by a guy, and I'm like,
he didn't bite.
If I was getting hit on by like fit gay guys, I'd be like, yeah, I got it.
yeah.
But I'm not getting hit on by fit gay guys.
Go to the public gym.
Should I? Ew, public gym, wait in line at machines. No,
I never waited in a line, but I was there at 2
Watch
in the morning.
some other guy finish his last 2 sets of squats.
I'd sooner buy my own milk than go to a public gym.
Yeah. You can't work out in a home gym for 6-7 years and then go back to the peon nonsense.
Yeah.
I bet if you went to a nice one though, like I've got all the machines I want, I think, but still, like, there's some stuff at the big gym that I don't have. There's cool shit there. There's gigantic machines, and I don't know. I never minded.
I'm like, hey, I'm about to jump rope. We all agree on 63 degrees in here.
Oh, that's
at the public gym.
Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, I would go in there and it would be like 70 and 7, which is pretty good. But come on, I want it to be freezing in here. It's 62 degrees in my house right now. Like I like it cold.
Why would you do that?
You'd like
because electricity is almost free in Atlanta. Apparently, I every month I get the power bill and I'm like, what? Can we do like 3 or 4 of these at a time or something? Like it's so little. It'll be dozens of dollars.
You've gotten like free water. You've Mr. Magoo'd your way into like free utilities in different ways. And in your head, you're like, it's just free. It comes out of the wall. Like, it's just, meanwhile, your neighbor's like losing hair. Like, oh my God.
$800. Turn that computer off, Johnny.
Sarah, turn that. Do I hear a microwave ding? I better not hear it.
Put that water in the sunlight outside. Let it get warm.
Household now.
Yeah,
meanwhile, you're over there, like not even using your in-home sauna. It's just on.
I want to be ready.
just some red hot rocks.
Oh, that's the bathroom where I always leave hot water coming out. Just in case.
That's a wait.
Hot water always ready. Yeah, it's really cheap. I don't know if it's because we've got nuclear right by here. I don't know where Atlanta gets its electricity specifically, like what power source. We've got hydroelectric and nuclear in the state. So probably a
nuclear is
mixture.
like the most expensive.
We looked this up and it was difficult to argue with you, but I would imagine over time, without subsidies.
Well, we looked at this
nuclear
up,
just
but
makes
it was
so much more sense.
It was multifaceted because
isn't it also about the volume of energy that can be created and the reliability? You know, you've got that nuclear, You've got energy on tap 24 hours a day, regardless of wind, sun, weather, time of day, and all that stuff.
So the thing that we looked at when we discussed it, like probably a year ago now, the site that we were at was like a literal anti-nuclear site. And their entire presupposition was that, well, if you assume that solar is always in use and has 100% efficiency, and then you assume nuclear is, in use and has efficiency, then actually solar is cheaper. And it's like, okay, well, what are their actual efficiency numbers? And that's the problem with wind and solar, is that they're not that efficient. They can't always gather power. Whereas if you have a nuclear plant, that's creating power always. It's always creating power. Barring some fucking horrible thing, like it's making power all the time.
It seems like the way to go.
It's the future. That's what I can't believe
we agree that there's probably a combo that is the way to go. Like solar, for example, produces the most power at times when air conditioners run. Might be a nice way to add a little extra capacity on top of nuclear.
Sure, especially if you're. I feel like we need those batteries that Elon Musk has too, charged up full of energy.
I thought you were an oil man.
There's an oil man. The oil should be powering our fucking vehicles and our aeroplanes and making all of our wonderful, like, plasticky, magical devices that we create. But I hope we're not burning oil to fuel cities. You know what I mean? Like, we're not turning electrical turbines with gasoline or diesel or something.
We do that with natural gas, right?
I don't know.
Do what?
That's how we power a lot of electricity, with natural gas and oil. And like, I think like Pennsylvania even uses a lot of coal. Does that sound right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how those.
China's all about coal. I've seen those graphs.
I guess they're all just boiling water though, right? It's just,
as far as I know. Yeah. And
so why not use the magic system that we figured out when brilliant minds were like, hey, look at this magic stick, boils water for basically ever. What do? Yeah. You just keep water around it for it to boil.
Pretty much.
But other than that, what do you do? Well, keep people from bombing it. And
there's some other ones that I like too that aren't always dug into. I'm stuck on this tidal stuff. So I'm influenced by the fact that I grew up on an island. And when the seawater raises, the water rushes around the island through the inlets fast. I'll make it up like 12 miles an hour, something like that. And then it goes the other way. It does this all day, every day, with the predictability that the sunrise and sunset hold. It's moon based. And I'm like, why don't we harness this traveling water the way we do rivers and dams and stuff like that?
You need some buoys. Well, you connect a cable to the seafloor, and you got your buoy, and then as it's lifted and dropped over and over, it can just be cranking out energy for us. But yeah, just a huge field of paddles that move back and forth, you would imagine would just be making
it
so
flows
much energy.
one direction for 6 hours and then the other direction for 6 hours.
Yeah, they just turn it. Yeah, I don't know why there isn't.
I feel like that would take a lot of space in the water, and someone could probably be like, "Oh yeah, that fucks with all the dolphins, or fucks with all the crabs, or something like that." I don't know.
It's like there's somewhere though that we could, like make it like cut an inlet into the land and keep the fish out and still use the tidal forces.
Yeah, or build a nuclear power plant.
The inlet's 16 miles wide. We can't and not all of it's navigable. Some of it's kind of shallow. Yeah, like you can't devote one of these miles to.
Let's just put like 10 nuclear power plants in North Dakota, like right next to Canada, and pipe it all right back. Hot piping nuclear power. They're going to be handing it out on street corners. Get your nuclear power here.
The transmission distances is the problem with that. That's why that's why you can't build them all out in Wyoming or something where you wouldn't mind so much if they melted down a little bit.
Maybe one in the middle of New York. Just one.
The bad one.
No, a really good one. It's the safest. Everyone's talking about it.
The Trump brand one. The Trump brand one.
Yeah, the Trump brand nuclear power plant. I would like that.
It's the hottest reactor in the world.
Hottest reactor. I mean, nuclear power is just so much cooler than all the other powers that like the kid in me is like, do that one. Like, do the one that's borderline like magic.
It seems like it's the one. It's the one where. And they talk about nuclear waste. It's so little. It's so little that it creates.
Yeah, but you haven't considered how much less physical space it takes up than a giant field in the water or land.
I think the
nuclear power plant.
Yeah. They don't take up nearly as much space as like a wind farm or a solar field.
The capacity wind farm you would need. I think the wind farms are ugly. I really do.
They are.
And they put those in like populated areas. So I've driven through them before, and it's like
wind farms.
Yeah, Kansas has a bunch of them, and they are an eyesore.
I drove past them coming back from Chicago. There's some in maybe Southern Illinois or somewhere on the way back from Chicago. We drove through a wind farm.
I've driven through a bunch of wind farms, and I usually think of them as in very unpopulated areas. Farms. Well, it depends what populated is, right? If you got one farmer on 1,000 acres, is that populated? Like to me, it's not.
No.
And every time I drive past those, like, like half of them are like, all right, so there's enough wind to move that one, but not you or you or you or you. Like, what the?
Yeah, I don't know why that happens. But I agree, it happens. It seems like always half are spinning.
Have you seen the video where there's two people on top of one of those, and it's spinning completely out of control and on fire? And they're hugging because they're about to die.
I saw a tornado hit one recently.
No, I did not see the one you're talking about. That sounds awful.
Yeah, it is awful.
Were they okay?
No, they died.
They were every bit as good as those Israel refugees or Palestinian refugees.
There was a Hamas soldier in that.
Yes, there was one of them was a Hamas soldier.
Well, we can't confirm he's not.
True.
Yeah,
I don't know if there are any good people over there, Taylor. I'll tell you what. I remember a guy a while back was saying there was good people on both sides, and he got shouted down. Now all of a sudden, good people on both sides over there. I don't know. I saw Nikki Haley signing a bomb.
She did, yeah.
Dude,
what did it say? Finish the job or something? Do you remember what she wrote?
She's like, finish the job. You dirty like ragheads or something. She wrote something awful.
I hate her. She's the fucking worst.
You hate everybody.
Yeah.
What's your favorite politician?
Trump.
He's the guy who came up with finish the job before Nikki Haley did.
Yeah, but Trump's had like a history of like funny comments, entertaining.
You seen
comments.
His hair? Come on.
He's got good hair. He's losing weight maybe, or he's gaining weight. And
you see that quote from him where he's like, "People say I remind them of Elvis. People say it all the time. I look like Elvis."
Did he really?
Yeah.
See, Nikki Haley's never even tangentially approached something that funny in her life.
People say I look like Cher, and when I look in the mirror, I see Cher. She kind of does look like Cher, just a little bit, like ugly Cher. She could be Cher's ugly sister. Cher was fucking hot. Like Cher's.
I think Nikki Haley might have a prettier face than Cher. You think it's crazy?
I think Cher's really
I'm
old.
picturing
neck down, Cher.
Fuck you. Cher's old now. Cher's 100.
No, I was
talking
meaning
about
she's older than Nikki Haley, right?
She's ancient. It's shocking she's still alive. I'm talking about Cher from Sonny and Cher when she would wear those titty shirts, when she would be like barely dressed on nightly television, dancing and singing and looking hot as fuck. I think she's half Native American or something like that. I also like when she's got her flat ass in that G-string on that one video where she's on the aircraft carrier or the battleship, I think. If I could turn back time.
I mean, Cher was a cutie back then.
Zach, do you have any Cher
was
pics?
No.
Yeah, see what I'm talking about? Like this is her aging over time, obviously.
Yes, that's how aging tends to happen.
Yeah.
But she didn't age, though. There's got to be
her skin just got tighter and tighter, like that Simpsons.
On the bottom left is her oldest picture somehow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the top row is what she really looks like, and the bottom row is what she was able to have crafted. Look at that.
Yeah, she's
got much better pictures. She wore lots of sexy stuff when she was on Sonny and Cher. I used to watch TV Land.
Groomed by Sonny Bono.
That would. I don't know their ages. I know they divorced at some point. You know, I was a kid at the time when he died.
She was 16 when they met.
How old was he?
27.
That's you know, for the
R.I.P. to Sonny Bono.
For the 60s though, you know, it was probably the 60s when they met. That doesn't seem all that bad, but that is pretty rough. 27 and 16. I mean, I knew 16-year-old girls in high school that were dating 27-year-old men, like in 2000 fucking 0.
2000.
Yeah. I was gonna add a number, but I was like, no, that was like
that was right about that.
Yeah, right around there.
You want to do the yes, we'll hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And special deal for our listeners, try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping, and you can give it a go, see if it's right for you. And when you do give it a go, Tadalafil. Tadalafil is the one to go for. Kyle's an expert, a resident expert in getting your dick harder with pills or tablets in this case, chewable tablets. And so he led us to water and we drank, and he's trying to do the same for you. So BlueChew.com, promo code PKA, just pay the $5 in shipping, and we recommend the Tadalafil. You know, you want to know that, you know, if I want to fuck right now, have a really hard dick, boom. Oh, I want to do it tomorrow again too, boom. You're in the mix. You're in the mix, partner. That's what you need.
Yeah. You'll be the best you. Go
the
twice.
Absolute best you.
You're good to go. Refractory period, it's like down to nothing. Yeah.
And what's the point of having the hardest dick in the land if at the end of your sexual escapades, there's just a little toot ski of cum coming out of your penis? There's no point.
Women are laughing at you behind your back.
The women are laughing at you behind your back. They're saying his dick was hard, sure, but his bust left something to be be desired. And if you don't think women are paying huge amounts of attention to that, then you don't know women. You know, not like we know women, right?
Yeah. They're like,
we know women.
Fill me. And then she left half full.
classic. I thought a woman was in the room for a second. The way, the way you were saying exactly what I've heard many times. So Lock and Load is the premium ejaculation increasing supplement. It's taking the world by storm, folks. And you can get it. You can try it for 10% off over at GorillaMind.com with code PKA or code JIZ. And it doesn't stop there, folks. Of course, start with Lock and Load. That's the number one product over there, in my humble opinion. But it doesn't end there. Get yourself energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you could possibly need, efficaciously dosed by Derek and his geniuses. You can get for 10% off over at GorillaMind.com with code PKA or code JIZ. But come on, get real. Start with the Lock and Load. What's the point of being jacked if, again, you're fucking with your hard dick and then there's not a big explosion at the end? It's just a trickle. You went out with a whimper. You know, you don't want that. You want to go out with a bang. You want to go out with an explosion. You want everyone in the neighborhood talking about it. All of her friends. You want her to open up her conversation with her girlfriends next time. My goodness, I can't believe how much Alan came all over me the other night. And they're going to go, my goodness, that's crazy because my husband, Butch, is a bitch. I just call him bitch now. Hey, bitch. Why
was the girl in the room? When he said that. Yeah, I know. I hear the girls talking in the Lock and Load customer. Like, is it normal to sound like a 7-Eleven slushy machine afterwards? And yeah, I mean, for Lock and Load partners, yes, it is.
Yeah, if he loves you, it is. And that's something for the female listeners out there, both of you. If he's not coming very much, it's because he doesn't love you. Yeah. It's because he's revolted by your presence. He's tired of your stories.
Women don't know how much you come is based on how much he loves you and whether or not he wants to get you a ring.
That's true. That's true. So rest assured, ladies, if you're blowing him and then you're going to swallow his cum and it feels like the same amount when like you got a slightly runny nose and you sniff too hard and it goes in the back of your throat, he doesn't love you. He doesn't care about you. And that's all there is to it. So get Lock and Load, start coming like a man, make sure your woman knows you love her. And woman, get this for your man.
Yeah.
Buy it for
so that he
dad,
loves you more.
Buy it for all your loved ones that are male. Because if you're a woman, you don't have sperms. And so we can't help you there. Yet. I
don't think we need to help them. They're fine.
They have enough help as it is.
PKA lube. I mean, we kind of have done a lube. It's just after you need it.
Dude, is that what people want? My face on a lube container next to them?
Yes, it is. It's what I want.
Taylor's old-timey sexual fantabulous lubrication device.
You fought for the cum splatters on the bottle of the Lock and Load. What would you fight for on the lube?
I would fight to make sure that unlike this bottle, that our presence was almost entirely minimized. The official lube of we'd have to just partner with Wet Platinum or someone like that.
No, I want something like Crisco based.
We can do better than Wet Platinum.
Crisco?
Yeah, I want like a pomade type substance that you get for like serious like a fisting cream.
No, the internet keeps telling me seed oils are poison now.
Seed oils are poison.
That's what they're saying online. They're saying
who's saying it?
So where do your oils come from?
Weird people.
You use motor oil?
My oils, I guess if I'm cooking, I usually use like olive oil. That's kind of seems like that works for most everything.
That's a low smoke point. You can't use that.
Okay, well, I have beef tallow too. My grandma got me beef tallow.
That'll do the trick and get that smoking.
And you know what? I think it was you who
give her a
told me
yeast infection.
They used to do the McDonald's fries in beef tallow.
Yep.
And they were better that way. I haven't seen much of the store because I'm still using the one that my grandma got me, the beef tallow, like cooking oil or spread, whatever. I'm gonna stick with it. It is better. It tastes nice.
It depends what you're cooking. Obviously, making a steak in beef tallow makes a ton of sense. I've done French fries in duck fat before. That really good.
I made eggs.
Really
it was better with making eggs in it. I liked that.
Yeah. They used to use beef tallow at McDonald's, and the cholesterol was outrageous in the French fries. And so now they use like a beef tallow flavoring agent. They add God knows what it's made of.
It was because of their concern with the public's cholesterol. It wasn't some overhead thing.
I think it was. There was like, it was the 90s when everybody was trying to like be super thin, and salads were becoming a thing on menus, or trying to be. And it was a bad look that their French fries had. It was a shocking amount of cholesterol, I think. And it's fries. It's not meat.
I don't think cholesterol, like, that's not what makes you fat, though. Like,
no, but it's bad for your heart. It's like it's unhealthy.
I think that's up for debate. I
don't think it is. I think they like, that's strong science on the matter.
I don't know.
The clinical
Have you
data.
read the data, the studies?
Pull up that doctor with the monkey boy. Let's ask him about this.
Let's probably Dr. Petey Penguin or whatever the fuck his name was.
That was the saddest part of that photo, right? That he had a friend. They were like, give him a friend. He looks sad. And they gave him a chimpanzee. He had that little monkey in his arms. They were like,
that's like.
Do you know who you're talking to? This is like Taylor's dream.
Yeah,
it's like telling me, like, isn't it
monkey
sad?
Boy.
All they did is feed him trail mix. I'm like, yeah, what a fucking tragedy. Oh, was his best friend a chimpanzee? Taylor's like, fuck
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so he was Mowgli. Great.
Shout out
hard life.
Shout out to Kimmy and Kirby, the chimps from my second birthday party. They are long dead, undoubtedly.
No,
actually not.
Time.
Well, they were old.
Michael
they're
Jackson's chimp is still alive.
They're older. They were older than me at the time. So like those chimps are probably in their late 30s now.
They lived in 40s,
infinitely, right? I think.
Okay. All right. Well, then I hope Kimmy and Kirby, I hope you're doing all right. Actually, I hope Kirby's doing all right. I hope Kimmy was killed in some sort of accident soon after the party.
Kimmy a bitch.
Kimmy was a cunt. She pushed me off of my Kawasaki. I've told this story before. I had just gotten a brand new Kawasaki, and I was wanting to ride it around, and she shoved me right off of it. It was a tiny little four-wheeler thing like that, like a little child would sit on, and you press the button, and it has a little battery, and it goes. Ee!
It was like the little battery-powered RC cars that everybody had. Like girls would get the Barbie car. I had the Jeep. The Jeep was big in the early 90s.
Kirby was astute. He was smart. Now that's a chimp. If you told me he knew how to read, I might buy it. Kimmy, there's no way you could teach that bitch to read anything.
You just mad at her because she made you the bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, you cracked the case on that one. She hopped on my Kawasaki and drove away, and the chimp handler was like, ha ha ha, and I was like, this is my party.
That didn't happen.
She got on it. Yeah. I don't remember if she actually like moved it away, but she
left.
Yeah.
She took your spot on the car, your little electric car?
Yes, she pushed me off of it. My mom used to tell me the story, like, oh yeah, and then Kimmy came over and pushed you off and you got on. And so I've always been a Kirby man myself.
My brother set me free. I don't know the details of the story. I'm too young to remember it, but I was like 2 outside in a bassinet, and somehow the bassinet was locked. I've never seen a bassinet with a child lock or whatever. Maybe it had a mosquito net or something, but my brother knew how to undo the lock. So he set me free, and I ran away from home at like 2 years old. No one knew where I was. A neighbor was like, did you lose your child? And my mom's like, yeah, I've been looking for him. That's kind of where the story wraps, but it's part of the Woodworth lore that my brother tried to get rid of me at 2 years old.
Damn. And he would have gotten away with it too.
If it wasn't with his meddling neighbors.
Yeah. My youngest brother must have been like 4 or 5. So I was like 12. My other brother was 11. And we were at my grandparents' house, and like for the first time ever, my grandparents like both had to go do something at work, and so they were like, "Now you guys just stay here in the house, stay around the house, so you can, go play in the field, ride the 4-wheelers, whatever you want to do, but stick around here." And like for some reason, my youngest brother was like, "I'm gonna run away," like I'm running away, and oh no, I believe it was literally because he wanted to watch something gay, like JJ the Jet Plane. And me and my other brother were like, we're watching Street Sharks. That's what's going to happen. And he threw a tantrum over it, and he left. And me and I'm 12, my other brother's 11. We like watch him leave with his little backpack full of Slim Jims, which is like all he packed. And we like watched him walk like somberly out. And then like every 10 feet, he'd like turn around and look at us, looking at him through the mirror, like he was about to cry, and then turn, walk a little further. And then after like maybe 10 minutes, he never even left our eyesight. He turns around to come back defeated, and we had locked him out of the house. to be like, all right. And then he's like begging us to come back in. And we're like, you said you could handle the world. Well, we hope it goes well. Tell us how it goes. And he's like, Taylor, let me in. And then we did let him back in, obviously. Because
how old was he?
He was probably 5 because I was like,
oh my God,
12.
That's good.
Yeah.
I did that too. I was on the losing side of it, though. I wasn't on Taylor's side, and my parents were the people mocking me. We were coming home from something. It might have been a Phillies game on the weekend or something, and I'm cranky. And the whole car ride home, I just wanted like attention or what, but all they would do is laugh at me. Like I was just really ostracized from the other 3 people in my family. And when I got home, I was like, I'm going to run away. And my parents are like, knock yourself out. We're all in favor of this. So I packed a quick bag or something. And at this point, it's like 8:30 at night or something, but I'm young. I don't know how young, 6, something like that. And they're like, off you go. Let's make our job easier. So I run away from home and I start knocking on friends' families. I'm getting way further than your brother did. I'm walking around the neighborhood asking friends if they like want to come out and play. And their parents are like, no, they're going to bed. Like it's 8:30. Why are you even outside right now? And I ran away from home. And they're like, good luck with that. And I had to like crawl back home and just be like, yeah, I couldn't make it. No one else can play.
It's real tough out there. You guys are right.
It's rough out there. You have no idea.
You wouldn't believe it. I've got no money. I'm 5 years old.
Yeah.
I didn't run away, but
I'm sorry, Kyle. You ran away?
I was going to say I didn't run away, but when I was like 12 or 13, I moved into the backyard for a little while. I put a tent out there. Ooh. And then slowly but surely I made my tent like my bedroom, basically. Like there a TV was in, I run an extension cord out there. I've got I got multiple electronics.
You're like Bobby in the Doghouse in King of the Hill.
Yeah. I don't think I had air conditioning of any kind. I think I had a fan, and it was eventually it was like, this is no good.
How long did you last?
I don't know. I was like in and out of there for like a whole solid week for sure. Like I was sleeping out there every night for a week. And I was like spending most of the daytime out there, but it would get hot, and then and that would drive me back in.
I had this same story, but it lasted way longer. Like for 2 summers, I stayed in a tent in the backyard. My tent was really big; like you could stand in it. It might have been like an 8 or a 10 person tent, and I had an electrical cord out there, so we had like a small television, And I had a big box fan. I don't know what else, a sleeping bag, maybe an air mattress. And I stayed out there so much. I didn't even have to ask anymore. And I had a friend who slept over in my tent so often, he didn't need to ask permission from his parents anymore. It was just like a given, like it was his other room that he could
holy shit
sleep in my backyard anytime.
How have we not heard about this before?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Well, we
25.
So I must have been like 11 and 12 or 10 and 11. Like those
that's
2
pretty
years.
young. That's pretty crazy young to be doing that. Yeah,
it's a fun age to do that though, because it's kind of like, this is my little house. This is my space. I have my chair here. I have my air mattress, my little TV, like your own little castle.
I loved it when it rained. Even today, like if I'm napping in my truck and I'm protected from the rainfall, or if I'm sleeping in a tent, I like it when I'm like outside yet protected from rain. That's just a neat vibe.
Yeah, for sure. I think it may have been the year that maybe it was Haley's comet came. It was one of those comets that does every like 70 or 90 years. So it was whenever that happened, probably late 90s, because I remember being out there and watching it. It was one of those that just like, it's there every night, sort of just like barely moving. It was really bright. That was cool.
That is cool. I didn't catch Aurora Borealis. I'm messing it up, but it was recently seen, right?
Yeah. We had that big electrical storm the other day. Did you see it at all, Taylor? You would have been in the best spot.
No, I forgot about it. I had a bunch of friends over and we were hanging out.
Everybody I knew.
I know, but I did my phone in the other room, and then it was like we were hanging out in my house. Me and like probably like 6 buddies were all there, and then someone at like midnight was like, "Oh yeah, there's some kind of celestial event tonight," and I'm like, "Oh, the thing Kyle texted about." And then we went outside and there was nothing.
Yeah, the first night I totally missed it. I like came to these messages like, Woody, go outside right now. Like Kyle sent messages and some of my paramotor friends sent that message. And I'm like, it was too late. The next night it happened again, I'm told. And Jackie goes outside. She's like, you can't see anything. You can only see it through a camera, I guess.
I did
didn't
see
look.
that where like I saw people posting pictures of it and it looks like majestic and magnificent. And then some other, I guess, fact-finding fun ruiner would be in the comments and be like, yeah, but that's not what it actually looked like because your camera picks up light that's refracted in a way that your eyes can't. And I'm like, oh, so it actually didn't look that cool. I have to believe it didn't look that cool because I missed it.
Me too.
It looked cool in Alabama. Atlanta was too bright. It was a big solar flare and all that energy being refracted through our atmosphere, and there was so much of it that it, while it's normally the northern lights way up there, it was enough energy to extend down to Alabama, so that was cool. I know there was a solar flare event and it was telegraph times, like maybe 1891, and it was so powerful that it set the telegraph machines on fire. That was kind of the electronics of the day. But you can imagine, like, if it happened today, it would fry the whole system. Like, all of our shit would fry.
Well, fingers crossed on that. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I mean, it sounds right, but is there more protection in the lines than there used to be? No. Okay.
No, there's
Probably
not enough.
can't protect against something that powerful.
Can't protect against something that powerful. Like, everything would fry. It would be like a real setback for humanity. It would be. We wouldn't be worried about Israel. I don't think. We'd probably be pulling the money back home.
You don't think America would do? The American president would be like, in this trying, Biden would get up there, or Trump, he'd be like, in this trying time, we must remember to support our strongest ally. Like, no!
Did we talk about Civil War? I think maybe we talked about it in the Hangout.
We talked about the movie, I think it was PKN, right?
Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, just for this audience, like, don't waste your time watching the Civil War movie, the Alex Garland Civil War movie. There is no Civil War. You follow Kirsten Dunst and some reporters around for the whole movie, and then you get a good firefight in the last 10 minutes. And the rest of it is just people getting PTSD, seeing war crimes that are just kind of sad. It is not what it's like. In all the promo images, Woody, and the trailers, they show cityscapes full of American military, like New York's burning with Apaches flying past, or like Atlanta's getting bombed and F-22s are flying over the top of it. None of that happened. Nothing even like approaching that happens.
Those scenes aren't even in the movie?
Not even close. No, well, it's, again, they're like, I don't remember them being, there was video, I think, of the helicopters flying. Yeah, none of those scenes are even in the movie. Not even close. There's definitely images. Driven. There's definitely lots of images. They're riding around in a Ford Excursion, and they have to drive from New York to Washington, D.C., but they can't go straight because the interstate's been bombed. So they have to go out around West Virginia and do this loop. And it's just the drive there and then a firefight. And it was so disappointing. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't what it was advertised as. It's like when I watch that. I'm not excited
about any movies right now. That's another. I don't see a lot of advertising, and the first advertising I missed was movies. It was the only thing I really got value out of. If you advertise toothbrushes or cars and trucks to me, it's kind of wasted. I just wish you weren't bothering me. Food, but movies, I always want to know what's coming. What do you got?
Yeah, I used to watch all the movie trailers, and they've always given a lot away. But at some point, they got to the point where they're giving the whole plot away. If you watch the whole trailer, toward the end of the trailer, you're seeing the bad guy die. It's like, all right, well, I guess none of the other shit mattered. They seem to have surrounded his evil castle. Okay. Well, and he killed him. Is he dead? All right, that's the end. It's like you see the whole movie in 3 minutes. I don't know what they're doing. So I don't watch as many. What I will do is watch like a couple seconds, just sort of get a vibe for like what the movie looks like, or just some semblance of what the movie's about, and then I'm gonna watch this and I'll turn it off.
Some trailers are really good at avoiding the phenomenon that you talked about. The thing is, you don't know which until you're afterwards. You can't unsee it. Deadpool did a good job of like, shit. I watched that trailer, and all I knew was the existence of Deadpool and Wolverine. I didn't know anything else about the movie, really.
I actually haven't watched it. I haven't watched the Deadpool trailer. I fully intend to watch the movie, so I don't see any need to watch it. I don't. I don't want to get any sort of spoilers. I know you didn't like Mad Max Fury Road all that much when it came out. We watched it in theaters together.
It was fine.
Yeah, you just thought it was kind of mediocre, average at best. And they just made the sequel to it. No, the prequel to it, the Furiosa movie, and it's that Anna Taylor-Joy girl or something like that. The redhead from Queen's Gambit, who's got the triangular face. She plays Furiosa, who was Charlize Theron's female warrior character from the Mad Max movie, and it's doing real poorly. It's the worst Memorial Day opening since Garfield.
Does it suck?
Oh, I'm sure it's great. It's just not
Are you really?
General audience. Yeah. I'm sure it's great. I bet it's just not general audience is great. So you got to remember what it is. So the original Mad Max wasn't a gigantic blockbuster. It was sort of a niche cult film that launched Mel Gibson's career. I've seen all three of them and they're just okay. They're not that good. Fury Road was great, I thought. I really liked the visuals in that. I liked that it was one nonstop chase scene. I liked the fantastic nature of it. All those characters looked so ridiculous. And I liked the Max character. I liked how understated he was, and I like Charlize. I liked everything about.
I like the
It.
devotion. I like the culture. You know, the warriors, the witness me, the spray paint. Like that stuff got me psyched. Like I'm about to do something crazy. Witness me. Like hold my beer is basically what he's saying, and that was really cool. It wasn't practical.
When that guy's playing the fucking guitar that shoots fire. And then the other guy's hitting the fucking drums, and he's playing the shit out of them. Like he's so amped up playing those drums.
I should watch it again.
And that rock band is on top of a monster truck surrounded, and it's like gushing fire out every time he hits it out of the guitar. And he's got like some sort of crazy human skin mask he's wearing. He's like scary as fuck, and he's on a bungee cord.
Like without CGI. Because some of it's practical. I think there is a car, there is a guitar.
He was really bungeed up there. Like
he's bungeed up there. Yeah, he's bouncing around.
The thing about that movie was like it's all practical effects, and then you learn later, like, oh, practical effects was like 15% of the effect, and they really cranked it up to 11 with CGI.
Are you guys talking about the new one?
Yeah, so this new one is in the prequel with Anna Taylor-Joy or something like that, and she's playing Furiosa. So I don't know why they thought it was going to do well, because Mad Max Fury Road,
nobody go to see it.
It's the worst Memorial Day opening since Garfield. It made like $30 million or something like that, and it needed to make a lot more than that. I'm sure I'll enjoy it. I'll like it a lot, but I don't think the average moviegoer will. I don't think it's that movie, and I think a lot of them are like, who? And they're like, it's Charlize Theron's character from that movie from 2016. What? Who?
Oh, okay. I don't know that or care about it. Like, yeah.
90% on Rotten Tomatoes. The people that are going will love it, but I just don't think a lot of people are going. That's the thing.
Yeah. We were talking about like childhood stuff earlier. Did you guys ever have a time? I feel like this happened to everyone at least once, where you were like in a public place as a young child and you were like wandering about and you like grabbed what you thought was your mom's hand in a crowd. And then it just wasn't. It was just some other lady. You never did that?
No, I don't hold my hands. That's pretty gay.
Well, yeah, I was a pretty gay.
You like skip while you swing along holding their hand?
Yes. Yeah, I was a very gay 4-year-old. And I remember I was at like the fucking science center.
Philip.
I was at the science center. And I was like,
Kyle, you just gone through puberty.
I had just finished puberty. My voice was cracking. Yeah, and I was walking around the science center. I don't know how I escaped my parents. I guess I escaped my parents a lot. And I like was just holding this woman's hand for like not a brief amount of time. And I like said, "Mom," and this woman was like, "I'm not your mom." And I look up and it's a black lady I don't know.
Shit, not even close.
Not even close. Well, it was just like a second nature. Like I just was like walking with this, and so like looking back, she was probably like some woman in her like early 30s who was just like, "What the fuck is this little kid holding my hand for?" And it was maybe the first time in my life that like my stomach dropped in fear of like
black people.
Like, yeah, it was like
kidnapper. They start beating her to the ground.
because like my immediate
Turn loose
thought,
of that white boy.
my immediate thought wasn't like, oh, I've lost my mom. Where she must be around here somewhere. Like my thought was like, you've been left. You'll never see her again, ever. Like, because like in a group that large, it was like, oh my, like I could never find. Like maybe 30 seconds later, my mom found me, but stomach dropped. I was like, they've probably already gone home. They probably forgot about me.
Yes, they probably grabbed a different tailor and started over.
My mom's probably somewhere with a little black kid in his hand.
Yep.
A little changing places. Yeah, no idea.
I did that too, Taylor, but mine was a little different because I was at the grocery store and I was sitting on this like tile floor. And I don't know how my mom and this woman pulled a switcheroo on me, but suddenly it's not my mom standing next to me. And I like threaded my arm between her legs and put my head on her knee. Yeah. And I was like, hey, Mom. And she's like, I'm not your mom, sweetie. And I look up and it wasn't my mom.
Then you were like, all right, well, I'm your problem until we solve it. Now we have to solve this together, ma'am. Because
I wasn't a touchy-feely child. I don't think I ever lost them either. I would wander around when we go to stores. I don't know. I would just go off. I would run around Home Depot hitting that button asking for assistance.
Really? Yeah, that was easy.
I would go to the grocery store. I remember Publix had, and no, I haven't seen this since I was a kid, but they had these coupon machines next to the product. So you'd go to the cereal aisle and there'd be this little machine attached to the shelf, and it would dispense coupons for cereal. You would pull one out and it would stick another one out, and you could like tear it off. And so I'd go around just getting them all over the store, like grabbing them.
Dude, that's why I can't believe you mentioned this, because that's like a memory I haven't had in decades. And I remember really feeling like I was helping on the grocery expedition.
Yeah,
I going up and down every aisle, and I'm being like, Quaker Oats, I better get 7 of these, and like just taking huge amounts of them. I thought of them as like a kind of currency, and it was all you had to do. Looking back, it was just my mom trying to burn some energy of mine. Yeah, go get all the fucking coupons.
Yeah, I go get the coupons. I go get the cheese samples. They'd be giving away some cheese cubes in the deli, and if we were in Home Depot, I was hitting all those customer assistance buttons, and I would run as soon as I hit them. And I remember this black lady caught me, and she's like, and I ran for it. And she kind of, because she laughed about it, I appreciated that. She wasn't mad. She kind of knew it was a game too. She was down. She's working at Home Depot. She's probably high as fuck.
My mom used to get me to behave better in the grocery store as a very young kid. Like the first stop when we went to the grocery store was the deli and fried chicken area, and she'd like get me a few chicken wings to eat throughout the trip. And so I'd just be like walking alongside her, like eating chicken wings. And that, I guess, placated me a little bit.
Chicken wings.
Yeah.
You were just a little bit of like a barbarian child. It sounds like.
I've said before, this many years ago.
Conan!
I was a leash kid.
Oh my God. I forgot about that. Leash is so outrageous.
I closed down a Macy's because I was so fucking good at hiding. I would hear my mom and my grandma. I'd hear my mom being like, "Taylor," I could hear the warbling of fear in her voice, "Taylor," and then I'd hear my grandma like, "Taylor, you around here? We got to get going. They're closed." And then I'd wait for like both of them and the assistant, gay guy who worked at Nordstrom or Macy's or whatever to come over there, and they'd come to look at the circular display of clothes. I had my hands on the top and I lift my feet. When they peek under there, I lift my feet. So I hid so much one time that like they had to keep Macy's open longer for me until eventually I came out. And and then after that, my mom like put me on a leash briefly, and she put me on a wrist leash. I escaped that immediately. She was trying to look at clothes in White House Black Market. I was gone. I was gone. I was at KB Toys. And then after that, she upgraded to like a full harness one. And like similar to a dog. I realized I couldn't escape that one, and I didn't want to spend time in the leash, and so I stopped running away.
That's outrageous.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a normal part of growing up. Every teenager goes through that phase, Kyle.
I remember
I was probably like 3, like 3 or 4. Very.
I remember getting in the clothes racks. Like that was fun. You know, those circular clothes racks, like hiding in there.
Yeah, that was fun. It's a good time.
But I definitely never hid until people screamed for me and put out a search party or anything like that.
Well, it was a difficult situation for me because there did come a time where I realized no one was going to be chill about it when I came out. And so then I was hiding a little harder until...
Where were your...
because you get in trouble when you were found.
Yeah,
they weren't happy to find you. They were...
Yeah. I was at this point, I was probably like 3. And so my younger brother wouldn't have even been like... He probably wasn't even there, and my youngest brother wasn't born yet. So
yeah.
Yeah, it was just just having a fun... I was just exploring the world. Learning. They call that the scientific method.
You know, we talked about it briefly, but what life... Kyle's not impressed with Everest. Is there anything that's cool you want to do, like big? Like I'll never do it, but I think sailing across one of the oceans would be pretty dope, or around the world.
Like a physical feat?
Well, just a life experience that you're not complete without. Lifelong dream of to do something to...
Nothing
hat on.
Nothing nearly as impressive as like sailing across an ocean or climbing a mountain. I guess the only like really intense physical stuff I'd want to do is like stuff I look forward to. Like I would like, I have no desire to, just jacking off all the time. Jacking off on top of Everest.
You better be on lock and load. You need to be on your best day.
I gotta be quick. If we're
I got frostbite. You'll never guess what happened.
Well, it's probably on the dick still frozen to your hand. Come out like an icicle.
I don't know. Water-based lube.
Even like I like hiking. I like outdoorsy stuff. I don't do any of it with like a sense of accomplishment afterward. It's like, oh, that was fun. Like skiing. Like, I do that because it's a ton of fun and I love it. But afterward, I'm not like, yeah, you conquered the mountain because I didn't. No,
I want to visit the Titanic. There's this billionaire who's got a vessel he's taken down and he's selling seats for $100,000. I'm thinking about
to prove it's safe.
To prove it's safe, and I'm
he's going to use a real Xbox controller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The new one, the Xbox X Series X controller.
No mad cats.
No cats for this.
Got the control freaks. All right, adjustable triggers.
You'll be fine.
No mistakes. All right, we're gonna be good on this.
He's got those extenders so he can more accurately.
Freaks.
Yeah. Oh, is that what those were?
Okay. Yeah. I use control freaks. They're good.
Things get tight. Be like, dude, hand that over. My KD used to be over 2. Sometimes.
Actually, seeing if I had to pick something, and this doesn't even really fit because it's not an accomplishment I did. I'd want to see big giant elephants in Africa, like big animals. I'd want to be close enough to a hippo that I was kind of spooked, or an elephant or something like that. Like seeing those animals doing their own thing, it would just be.
You want to go on a safari?
Yeah, a safari would be tight.
I bet you do safari for less than 10. I bet you go on like a crazy safari for $8,000.
That would be well worth it.
Like in one of those buses, in one of those like those Land Rovers that doesn't have a top on it, that's just got the cage, and you go.
I'd want my own guide for like me and whoever I'm bringing, like my brothers, my friends, girlfriend, whatever. Like that's.
You want to be able to kill things too, or you just want to look?
No, we're not doing that.
What if he's like for 50 extra? You can RPG a fucking hippo.
50 American.
50 American.
As if there were a backstory on how like this hippo were causing problems for the larger group of hippos.
No.
It's a sweet hippo.
It's a sweet hippo.
It's $50.
I'm still going to do it.
Yeah.
They call her Bertha the most gentle hippo. She is the only one here who has never murdered.
You can hand feed her iceberg lettuce before you RPG her.
So if I shoot this thing, it'll like feed a village. Oh no.
It's terrible to eat.
Oh, it is against our religion.
Pieces everywhere.
Yeah, that would be okay. I'd rid the world of an evil
I'd
hippo.
do that shit. I always heard about those places in Vietnam. You could go and you could shoot a water buffalo with an RPG for X amount of money and shit. Or maybe it's Cambodia. Yeah, I think it was Cambodia. But no, I actually like yours. I like the safari thing and seeing some animals. I think that's. I can't think of anything much better than that I actually would enjoy doing. I would like to see the like wild African game up close. Maybe see like some icebergs, like do one of those Alaskan or Antarctic cruises and just see like, I don't know, icebergs and shit.
The Great Ice Wall. Yeah.
The Great Ice Wall that separates us from the spider people, our overlords and protectors.
I saw a graph that was like someone's theorizing of like, you know, the earth and then the ice wall, and then they even like added other continents outside of it, and they just made shit up. And like I was looking at it, and all I could think about was like, if this were the playable map in like Skyrim, that would be sweet. Because you know how usually you play a game like GTA 5, you swim out too far and like a shark eats you or something, like you can't actually go. But if you're playing Skyrim and you could just keep swimming through that sea, and then you arrive at a brand new DLC area, but it's not DLC, it's free, and you show up, that would be sick.
Minecraft does that.
I just can't. I was born at the wrong time to get really into Minecraft. If I were 10 years younger, I probably would have been all about it.
Yeah, I despise it.
I don't have a strong opinion. It's just
I do.
I can see where you're coming from, but it was a good game too.
Oh, I mean, it must be like it was.
I think it's the best-selling PC game ever.
I would
guess that. Yeah, probably so. I'm looking forward to this Arena Breakout game, eating Tarkov's lunch. I'm really psyched for it. When they release their full game, it's still in this little limited beta where the only way you can get in is if you've got a key, and there's probably, I think it's 150,000 of us playing it or something like that. Maybe they gave away that many keys roughly. This game's going to have 500,000 people playing it easily. It's going to be a really, really big game, and I can't wait for Tarkov to just.
I
think it's because you don't like Nikita.
I've always liked Nikita.
Okay.
I didn't like the Unheard Edition thing, and because I felt like it wasn't like the relationship between the customer and the Tarkov developer ownership or whatever had always been on even footing anyway. It always felt like they owed us. It's like, yeah, you owe me, but it's like someone who owes you money, like a buddy owes you money, and then they're shitty to you. It's like, dude, did you forget? Like you owe me money. You owe me content. I gave you 150 years ago, and I've been waiting on that content. You're late on it, but I don't say anything because I like you. And now you're saying you want 100 more. And then that quote about we're going to see who the true believers are now. It's like, motherfucker, do you know how long I've been playing this? And I'm not even an old school player. Like, there's people who've been playing 3-4 years longer than me that feel the same way. And then Landmark on his stream is going through and reading and how like the phraseology about how this is DLC now, but you know what we said before doesn't count. He's on their website showing what the old package we all bought said, the verbiage on it, and it says all future DLC will be free. And then the next day, they delete that line. They watched Landmark stream and critique the Unheard Edition, and took one of his talking points away by going back retroactively and deleting it off the description of the package that they had already sold. And then when they were called out on it, they said, "No, we didn't." It's like, motherfucker, here's the video. Here it is yesterday. Here it is today. If not you, then you've got a security problem. There are hackers there are hackers attacking you. Are you gonna fix it? Because clearly someone has. Oh, it was all.
That's my issue. The Unheard of Edition.
So dishonest.
I don't like what they did, but if it was the only thing they had done, and I'd always loved them, I probably could have gotten over it. Maybe even give them another $100.
Maybe.
But my issue is like, we waited years and years and years for the new content to drop, for what they said the game was going to be that, and it still isn't. And I'm like, oh, you just, I don't know. I just felt like they never worked very hard the whole time. And then when they wanted more money to do their jobs, it was that. I don't like you.
Yeah,
I'm mad.
What they did is they took our money and they gambled it on a proposed esports game, the arena version of Tarkov, and it flopped. It failed, and nobody is playing it. Like I bet there's nobody on there playing in those servers. And they spent all that money developing it, promoting it, putting it on cons, and they wanted it to be an esports game. They had this idea for a future where they're doing these huge events and stuff, and it all the money just went poof. And now they're sitting there with their dick in their hand and not enough funding to keep the company going, probably, or at least maybe not. They could see the end of the road if they don't earn more, and they start milking the fan base for like they did. So yeah, I hope this Chinese copycat game eats their fucking lunch. I love that it's free to play, as long as they don't do their monetization in a shitty or dishonest kind of way over there. As long as they're like, hey, it's a knife skin. If you want it, it's $5. Get it or not. Or if they just sell coin at a decent price with okay monetary leveling in the game, those things will be great. And it'll be a huge game. It'll have 500,000 players on it.
And the programmers are bad at Battle State games. That's Escape from Tarkov. We probably should change topics soon. But the programmers are bad. That's why they have huge hacker issues. They think it's the flea market or the real life training. No, dude, it's because your game is easy to hack. There's too much on the client side. Your audio is awful. Why? Well, your programmers are actually not that good at this job. Russians, like, name all the other great Russian gaming studios. There's whoever fucking made Tetris in the 1910s and Escape from Tarkov. That's Tetris? It. Russians made Tetris. Yeah.
There's that post-apocalyptic Russian game, but that's the only one I can think of. And but right?
If you're in America and you're doing a game studio, you're hiring the guys from Call of Duty, from Gears of War, from Grand Theft Auto. You know, like, there is talent in America who walks into it and says, no, you can't do that. The hackers will have a fucking field day with this concept. You need to do it this way instead. But you do that same thing in Russia and they don't know.
Yeah, it gives me old school vibes of PUBG and how much fun that was to play with your friends and run around, and it kind of looks and plays like PUBG, but with all that Tarkov shit and without any of the pain. You just click a couple buttons and you're playing. You get into a game in 30 seconds.
Taylor, what was the biggest mistake you made as a teenager?
As a teenager,
the reversing of the circumcision, right?
The reverse, stealing that other guy's foreskin and trying to jerry rig it onto my penis. I had to spend a little bit of time in an asylum.
It just looked like a hoodie.
It just didn't look good.
Joey did that in an episode of Friends. He was going out for a role, but for a guy that was not circumcised. And so they were like,
there's not a Friends where he steals someone's foreskin. There's no way.
He creates his own, actually, out of lunch meats. And he gets the role.
I do remember that now. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets the role, and then his foreskin falls off in the middle of the audition, or at the end of the audition after he's gotten the role. And
that's good. Got the role, and they're like, you know what? It's fine.
Everybody goes, like, follows his foreskin to the floor with their heads. It's great.
I don't know. As far as big mistakes as a teenager, if I'd probably say, like, not pursuing hockey in college. Like, I should have done that. But then, like, I know if I transported back into my 18-year-old self, I would still be like, yeah, I'm not having fun being goalie. I don't want to go to an even more stressful place and have more people, watching me and potentially making mistakes. And so that it probably would have been better. And it'd be cool memories now. Like, being an athlete in college would have been neat.
Swimming wasn't fun either. I enjoyed being on a team. I enjoyed a built-in friend group that had a lot in common with me. But swimming is brutal. I mean, dude, take out the swimming. Just spend a few hours a day with your face in the water looking at the black line on the bottom of the pool and tell me how much you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun.
It's worse than prison, but add the exercise on top of it. And now you're doing a sport where your face is in the water. Like, this is torture. The CIA could get people to answer questions by putting them on a swim team. But, but I really
have questions. And it's like, oh yeah, we'll just see how many people are calling you gay. You'll get the answers out.
Do I have to wear this fucking tiny swimsuit?
Shave too, Ahmed. That's going to take a long time. time.
But I really liked having a built-in friend group, and the college even like put swimmers together in the same room. So my roommates were like strangers to me, but they're on the swim team now, and so we all have this going. And so the built-in click, I really like that a lot. But the sport is torture.
Like all the mistakes I can think of aren't even like big ones. It's just like mindset changes I would have differently now with the perspective I now have of being older. It'd be like, man, I would have been so much cooler in high school if I actually had more like the who gives a shit attitude everyone tried to pretend to have, but like actually have it as like a, yeah, you guys realize none of this really matters, right? Like just pass your class, don't be a retard. But like, you know, who cares? Like I could have been so much cooler in high school is what I'm saying.
I could have been cooler in high school. Probably. I'm not that cool now, but I could have been cooler than I was. That's for sure. I was even worse at 16. What I could have been is a much better student. I probably worked harder doing poorly in classes, just all the like scurrying and last night studying than a more disciplined student with better grades would have to work. Like I could have done even better with less effort. But then again, like kind of being a fuck up and making me work so hard through my 20s, going to night school and stuff, turned out to be a good experience for me. Yeah.
I remember like judging people in because I was always a pretty good student, and not that like I spent a ton of time on it, but like it was high school. It wasn't that hard. And I remember like seeing the quote unquote cool kids sometimes like being obstinate in how bad they were at school, where they'd like brag and be like, oh, I totally flunked, Miss Stevenson's history exam. And like them, I'd hear like them and their cool kid buddies laughing. And like, even at that age, at like 15 or whatever, I'm like, do you not realize how embarrassing this is? Like, this isn't hard. Like, you have to try to do poorly in this English, like grammar class. Like the fact you got something wrong on a spelling test, that's an easy word. Like,
well, lots of people get things wrong in spelling tests.
Like, it doesn't make a
Come on, it's reliquary. Figure it out, dummy.
It's phonetic. And so it's like, I remember thinking that even at the time, like, what, like, what's wrong with you? Like, Nate, like you're sucking. Nate? I'm trying to think of one of the kids in my class. It's funny
when you said
name's Nate, you're going to be stupid.
Proud of doing badly in school.
Smart Nate.
I'm like, oh no.
Nathan,
that guy vibes rookie bad grader to me. Like if you are a serial bad grader, you hide that shit. Like you don't tell everybody. Like I remember, I forget my exact class rank, but these numbers are going to be close. Like if there were 323 kids, I was like 319 or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And people were dropping out of high school. And I'm like, so this helps me, right? That guy was like 310.
You're listening to that moving on up.
He sees no future here. You're hanging on.
I remember my guidance counselor was like, no, this doesn't help you.
Maybe something in the trade, son.
Yeah. So people didn't know I got the kind of grades I got. Like I kept it on the down low. And if you had heard me speak, even in high school, I didn't sound all like uneducated or ghetto or anything. So people didn't know, but I knew.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know there were people who like kept their bad grades under wraps, but of course I didn't know because they kept it under wraps. I only would see the kids who were like, oh, I'm totally going to flunk this history class. And it's like, it's American history. It's the same thing we learned 2 years ago in the previous American history class. Like what year, like 1776 level questions. Like this is not tough.
It should be an automatic C, and then you just work from there. Right? Yeah. Like if you totally do badly in history and don't pay any attention to the new material, you should have walked in with 70% of that knowledge.
Yeah. There were like, I don't think there were any classes in high school I did bad at. Like just none of them were that challenging. In college, there were a couple, but that was 100% due to my own laziness and not wanting to put time in. It's like I could have just fucking learned Italian. I spent more effort cheating in Italian than if I had just learned to speak Italian. And then I'd be able to speak Italian. Do you know how many times that would come up that'd be necessary?
Never.
In this job, you could do it.
Yeah, I could do it in this job.
You can just talk Italian gibberish here. Nobody will know.
Like this.
Oh my God.
You're proving them right.
Mario and Luigi.
Oh, I'm in Naples. Close your eyes, Woody.
I'm there. All those Italians with their mamma mia. You know that classic Italian saying, wahoo. That's what they fucking doing over there.
I can't think of any like specific missteps or mistakes, you know, like other than the ones that you would make every single day as a stupid fucking 15-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely trying harder at school. Just for the, you know, just why not? Because I definitely dicked around way too much. But I don't know. I mean, there are things I would do different because I know the future, right? Like, you know, there's tons of that shit.
Some investments I'd make.
Yeah.
Sure, you know, you want to be like making as much money as you can until Bitcoin becomes a thing.
Yeah, there's something called Bitcoin that's coming down the pike. Don't go to college. That's what I would have said.
I go a little farther back. So I'm like, you want to hold IBM, and then you get into Microsoft, and then you get into Cisco, and then get the fuck out while .com happens. Just take a breath there.
Yeah.
Get into Apple and Bitcoin.
Then into Nvidia.
Around. Yeah.
And then
here's a window for Tesla.
And
you know.
Yeah.
And also follow Hillary Clinton during the early 2000s. Just whatever she does.
Or
whatever
Pelosi.
she does. Cattle.
Is there a thing to be done here to copy these politicians' trades? Like, I know that you can mirror Pelosi's portfolio, but do you just get the information 6 months late and it's not good?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard people talk about that online, but I never read into it as if they're like, is there a fund that is like mirroring Pelosi? Like, because I'd want to be on board.
Not for us.
She did lose money. I know, like not that long ago. There was a bad one, a year ago or something.
Her and Marjorie Taylor Greene is another one that's doing really well in the stock market.
Oh well, she's so smart. I mean, you'd figure.
Too. Yeah.
I mean, it could be that's like that she's dumb and she has one area where she's
or someone could be advising her. And actually, I'm told she's not as dumb as she sounds on camera. That behind it,
I don't believe
crazy
it.
like a fox, and this is all calculated.
I don't believe it. I can look in that woman's face and I can see that she's a moop. Did you see that interaction she had, Taylor, the other day with the black lady? She says something to the black lady like, "I think you misread that. Maybe your big fake eyelashes are getting in the way of your vision." And this is like on the floor, and the black lady.
There are rules against insulting each other.
Yeah, and so there's this big kerfuffle where the chair is trying to decide whether these remarks are blah blah blah, and he's reminding people you not to blah blah blah. And the black lady comes back with, "Okay, so I understand that, chair, but would it be out of order if someone were to mention someone's bleach blonde, bad built butch body?" And this guy goes, "Oh, what now? Oh, what now?" And you hear clap, clap, clap of a gavel somewhere, and people are going, "Oh shit!" and everybody's
fun. There should not be anti-bullying legislation for our elected officials. They should have to, get in the fucking dirt. Have you
do
seen
it the British way?
Yeah, the British. They'll be like, "I say that's an interesting financial policy from an avowed pedophile." And they'll be like, "I say, wasn't your grandfather a Nazi collaborator? I'm just speaking openly here. Well, that is what we're doing, isn't it?" Like,
take off your wig, are you?
Yeah, she sells T-shirts that say "Bleach blonde, bad butch body." I messed it up, but yeah. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Yeah, there's T-shirts you can buy.
She trademarked that shit right away.
I like a little bit of alliteration. Or assonance.
It's a tongue twister. I was shocked she got it out so smoothly, and she did have some big old fake eyelashes.
She's a pretty good speaker.
Yeah, it's kind of what she does for a living. And but it was funny to see like the old white guys be like, what now?
they're like the white guys in the beginning of like late 90s rap videos were like, "Hey, hold on, what's going on here?"
literally that. Because you'd have to sit there for like 2 or 3 minutes explaining what just happened to one of these old men who run our country.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene acted like it didn't get to her. Then on Instagram, she's posting touched up bikini pics like 2 days later.
Nice.
Yeah.
All it takes
Nice.
to be good looking in that room is like, don't be old or fat. And you're like, could you imagine like the physical confidence you'd have hanging out with our federal elected officials?
As long as Obama doesn't show up.
Woody, you would be the belle of the ball. Everyone would be like, look at this guy. He's got visible abs. He's got nice shoulders.
I don't try to pump up my own tires, but amongst the other congressmen, I like me.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
Paul Ryan was a
35-year-old out of here.
Paul Ryan.
Paul Ryan was an aberration. He's pretty ripped, dude. I wonder if that guy that doesn't have any fucking legs is strong. He kind of looks like he works out. Mostly
he
upper
had
body
big
stuff.
arms, if I recall,
Yeah.
right? Madison Cawthorn?
No, I don't think that's who Kyle's talking about.
You talking
He's
about
a
the
more
eye patch
recent
guy? I'm talking about the
That's
wheelchair.
Dan Crenshaw. Madison Cawthorn is a wheelchair guy from North Carolina, and he's got voted out.
what a loser.
Was he jacked?
He was handsome, but not jacked.
Okay, who are you talking about then, Kyle?
I'm
We
talking
talked
about
about
the
the other
Blade.
day. He had blades. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kyle.
Yeah, we talked about the Blade Runner the other day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the
Fucking-
Blade Runner. I don't know what party he's in or anything about him, but I like.
I would
No,
just stand next to John Fetterman as much as I could.
I
No,
like the-
that dude's a fucking
Ooh.
ogre. He's like 7 feet tall. You don't want to stand next to him.
I like
I want
the
to
caddy
stand. I want to be right next to Chris Christie, right
Oh.
next to him.
in front of him.
I hang out with. I that's the only way I would join the Senate.
He's
You
so
put me
sweaty.
right next to Christie.
That's a man who never leaves the house without a sweat towel. Like he's always
He's
always
gross.
got that towel boxers have around their neck. He's
Somehow
sweaty.
he hoodwinked New Jersey multiple times. They're like, Governor Christie, what are we gonna do about the salted meat shortage? And he's like, I don't know, but it's a problem that's affecting us all. And he's saying that all the crabs in the bay are being eaten. That's a problem that America's facing at this time.
What if
Yeah,
that's
Jersey's
what it,
got a lot of Republican governors, like more than you'd guess for such a blue state. I think Chris Christie, Whitman, and there's others. I'm lost.
he's been using
All fat.
campaign funds to buy blue shell crap.
Yeah, we look at Chris Christie's
Enormous
investment
amounts of crap.
portfolios, and it's like, Red Lobster, Little Debbie's. He's got his retirement in Entenmann's because he's fat.
He's a big boy, and he hasn't gotten any skinnier. I thought they were going to lock him up for a while. He had that whole Bridgegate thing, and he seems like a corrupt. He seems pretty corrupt.
If they lock Trump up, I want him to be like, I've been doing this a long time. I've been thinking a long time, and I'm actually a lady. I'm a woman. Put me in there with the ladies. Me and Stormy, we can share a cell. It won't be our first time, folks. And then he can get in. That'd be good.
Is the gag order on him over now? Like, can he say what he wants?
I don't know for sure.
Okay, you would hope so, since the trial's over. That he'd be
Well,
able
the
to
gag
speak
order
freely
was
now.
to stop him from intimidating jurors. It wasn't like he was that restricted. He can still talk about the case, the judge, the attorneys.
Mm.
It was just the juror stuff. He really wanted to attack the jurors. No, the jurors and the witnesses. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and he really wanted to attack the witnesses and sort of like, put his version of the truth out there in the public air to smash everyone who was testifying against him. But
Yeah.
I guess you can't talk about jurors or
Is
witnesses.
that allowed? Like, aren't you allowed to call into question witnesses who are
Not on
against-
Twitter.
Well, his attorneys were allowed to cross-examine them, but he wanted to go in front of the cameras and say nasty things about the jury or the witnesses. But that puts them in danger when you're Trump doing it.
But they told him if he said those things, they'd put him in prison.
Yes.
Well,
Justice.
he did do it like 20 times, and he got found guilty of 11 counts of contempt, and he got 11 $1,000 fines.
That's so funny.
I read that. So the NBA had some kind of fine for you. They have a specification for the color on the sneakers. It's got to be like, I don't know, 60, 70% white, and the rest can only be this color or that color.
Mhm.
There's a couple things they
Okay.
had. And if you broke that rule, it was like a $5,000 fine a game. And what are there, 84 games or something? Like
82.
Okay.
So
So
playoffs.
so when Jordan came out with his first sneaker. They're like red and black and white, maybe, but mostly red and black. And so they just paid $5,000 a game and made $50 million selling fucking sneakers.
I love that idea. Just prepay.
Yeah, it's like $450,000 or something like that of $5,000 fines. And then
well worth it.
So many, of course, yeah.
He's a billionaire. I'm pretty sure he might be a multi-billionaire.
Yeah.
He
the only one. The only
LeBron
ex-player?
James is a billionaire.
Oh, LeBron James. Okay.
You got to wonder
what about
how
Shaq?
Shaq's got to be killing it, right?
Dude, he's never seen a product he won't advocate
He's got
for.
those general. No, come on. You've heard him talk about he only advertises for products that he uses, he says.
No,
it says
that can't be true.
the internet says upwards of $500 million, which is pretty good.
Shoes. Call the general now.
Call the general. You know, the only person I trust with my $30 million worth of cars is this little cartoon man who gives cut rate insurance to low income people.
I saw an argument between Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal that was pretty funny, and I forget what the details were about. But Charles says one thing, and Shaq responds, and Charles is like, "Hey, you get the bass out of your voice when you're talking to me," and Shaq is like, "My voice comes with bass." I'm like, yeah, all right, that tracks.
You know, now that I'm thinking about the general, Kyle, wasn't the tagline, come to the general and save some time?
1-800-GENERAL now.
Yeah, but I wouldn't pick an insurance company based on how much time I save.
It's literally
setting it up.
Our calls are shorter.
Yeah,
I think their whole thing is like bare minimum coverage, cheap, bare minimum coverage. I think that's their thing.
Insurance is a fool's errand. That's why you should get the general.
That's what I do on my motorcycle.
Need to get legal, Yeah, same. I
cover myself getting sued by a lot, but damage to my bike, the whole thing's worth like $5,000.
Yeah,
it's gone.
There's no reason to get anything but liability.
That's what I do.
Yeah,
some places make you get more than liability.
I saw that video. I saw a video of a guy getting twisted in half at the torso a few months ago. That was yeah, that's pretty rough.
Wow, a motorcycle guy got killed horrifically.
I couldn't believe it. I thought you were safe on those things. I thought, hey, you're faster than everyone. You're so safe.
Yeah, but dude, you're one 16-year-old TikToker away from breathing your last on the pavement.
You're 700 pounds moving 150. I'm good.
Owl in the air, like everything kills you on a bike.
Yeah, you lose to birds. That's not good. Well, the bird loses as well, but
yeah, it's a tie.
It's a tie, but your life's worth
did we talk about poor fucking Mike Tyson in the wheelchair?
We did. We talked about it during PKN. He is he's gonna lose that fight, isn't he?
I've known yes.
Kyle's 100%. Been consistent.
Dude, you're gonna make $100 on Tyson getting beat up. You're gonna make $100 on Trump becoming king. You're gonna make $100 on some UFC thing you have. You're on a hot streak.
I'm always on a hot streak.
You're my Nancy Pelosi. I'm going to put my money where your whims go.
Mm-hmm.
You should follow his hockey picks because he does better somehow.
Yeah. I can. I'm kind of a aficionado when it comes to betting. Not for myself so much, but if you follow my trends, you'll do well.
Yeah, speculative betting.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's
theoretical betting.
I'm a theoretical speculative bettor.
The safest kind of gambler to be.
Yeah, I like imagining. Considering betting, that's my bag. I really want to bet on Dustin Poirer to beat Islam Makhachev.
Isn't he the heavy one?
Nah. So these are 155 pounders. The thing is, Islam Makhachev is like the second coming of Khabib Nurmagomedov. He's just a bad motherfucker who doesn't lose, and he's only looked human maybe once or twice for a few seconds at a time. And he's fighting Dustin Poirer, who's like fucking purebred American white dude champion from the South, and just an all around really good man. And this is his last time at the bat. Like he's top 5 in the world, and if he loses this, he'd still be top 5 in the world. But he's not going to climb the ladder to the top again. That's kind of all he cares about now because I think he's got decent money stuck away.
He's turning down McGregor fights. McGregor desperately wants to fight. He beat McGregor 2 times out of 3, and Connor's like, "Try me again. I want more," and he's like, "No." Like, I've already proved my point with you.
Yeah, it's I really hope he wins that fight. It would it would make my it would make up for some of the rough stuff that's happened to my UFC fighters over the last year or so. Most of my favorite fighters have had.
I'll put $10 on the other guy who's obviously going to win if you want that bet.
No, I don't think I want to. See, I'll do the opposite. If anything, I'll bet on Islam to win. That way, if Poirier wins, I'm
you
happy.
Win financially or emotionally?
Yeah, I win either way. Like I'm either going to get $10 or I'm going to be happy with the outcome. Like one of those will happen. So I usually bet against my guy. That's just hedging my bet, I suppose, emotionally. But I'm looking forward to the McGregor fight too. I don't know how to call that one. I think they've been out for so long. It's hard to say. Like I don't know.
Well, McGregor's getting drunk at the clubs.
Sure is, and I bet Chandler's training.
Yeah, we've never seen this version of McGregor at all. Right?
Mm-mm.
He's suddenly built like an action hero from Roadhouse.
Titanium leg.
But I think he's not who he used to be. Right? Speed kills. Right?
Yeah,
Precision beats power. Isn't that McGregor's line? Now he's gone to the other side.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the guy anymore. I don't know if he has been for
his last fight. His last good win was 8 years ago. You know how long ago that is in fighter terms?
So long ago. It's so long ago.
Yeah, I think there's money to be made in betting against McGregor now.
Taylor, in a recent women's mixed martial arts fight in the UFC, there was a TKO by titty punch.
You only get one of those, and they ended it?
No, the other way around. This chick got punched in the titty so hard she quit.
Oh, well, that seems like a part of the sport.
Is she okay? Like I don't know. Are titty punches dangerous? Like,
nah, it's just a big old ball of fat on there, but it hurt apparently real bad. It's fun. She gets punched in her left, my right titty, and she immediately goes ah, and like curls up and holds her titty. And the other chick is such a terrible athlete that she's. Keep in mind, this person is holding their titty. Turn to the side away from their opponent, and the opponent is like miss and the ref is like, oh, this is over, and it's like, why? She can't even hit her. It's a stationary target who's unaware. But yeah, her holding her titty and being like, oh no, that's a new one for me.
So the one who was punched had like forfeited and lost.
Yeah, she was in so much pain she was stopped. She like curled up and held her titty.
That's not good. That's not a good face for the toughness of female fighters. Getting popped in the titty once and they give up. I don't like that.
I don't even know if titty strikes are legal. I genuinely don't.
They should be. You can punch a dude in his titty.
You sure can.
Yeah. And they're not hitting as hard as the dudes. Not by a long shot. So
no.
But they are women. So they are
women.
They are more susceptible to getting beat up.
Are they?
I guess so. They're weaker and smaller.
You ever beat up a woman?
No.
Well, how do you know you can? Yeah, all the time.
Because I'm a man. The same way I don't have to practice math to know I could walk into any woman's college and be the professor.
Sounds like this is all theoretical. Until you really roughhouse a lady, I don't want to hear it.
Do you know the fighter's name, Kyle? I'm trying to find this boob punch.
I don't know the name. It was either the last event or the one before it. It's been in this month. Yeah, it was this month. I saw the GIF of it today, probably on one of the major subreddits.
I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but this has to be it. MMA casuals on Twitter.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah. It's Vidal versus Gatto. Yeah, she's like holding her. See what I mean? She like turns to the side, and the chick comes in and misses three punches.
She almost like waited a second after she got popped in the titty to turn away and go, ooh.
Yeah. You know how pain is though. It's like it doesn't immediately hurt. It just sort of like it builds. Oh, you got a great screenshot. I didn't realize it.
I bet her camp was
it didn't
not
look
happy
like
about
much
it.
of a punch.
Oh yeah, you see in the left frame. That's it. That's her. Oh,
the right frame is after the fact, when she's already like turned away.
Yeah,
and like that's when she's missing the other punches.
She's missing. Like look where that right landed. She went for the titty again, I guess.
Yeah, why stop it?
Why stop? Yeah, it sort of skims off the titty, like down and to the
Look
right.
at her
My God. You know what? This might be like the McDonald's coffee incident where you laugh and you're like, how much? And then you see her titty and the nipples ripped off or something.
Right?
I hope not. I hope her titty's okay.
Like there's like exposed flesh, like her titty ruptured or something.
It just popped.
Yeah. Yeah, just popped her
Severed.
titty. Like a blown out tire, just popped it.
I don't like
I've
that.
been watching. Is it Thought Fights? What is this subreddit?
It's
What?
Thunder
Oh.
Thoughts.
Thunder Thoughts. I'm addicted to Thunder Thoughts. I just go to
Let's
all
take a
time.
peek.
But
Bum, 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 bum,
Dude.
bum, 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 bum.
it is just fight after fight, and you can't call a winner. Sometimes these scrappy smaller girls are beating the big Thunder girls, and then sometimes it goes the other way. Thunder Thoughts is a 2 thumbs up subreddit.
I'd be a great girl fighter.
right,
I
we'll pop
I know
all
all
time.
the moves. I know all the moves. You get that hair and you slam their head into the ground and they're
Dude.
done.
So many of these girls, they can't hit hard. I'm like, switch to elbows, right? You've got the full position. You're in full mount, and you're raining down ineffective hammer punches. Dude, drop elbows on a nose. You'll damage her.
I'm telling you, every time I see a chick slam another chick's head into the ground over and over, they go out like a light.
That's a
I
good
think they've
move.
I bet they got thinner skulls than us.
Yeah, that makes
They'd
sense.
have to, right?
Yeah. Well,
I
it
know
needs
they
to
got a
protect
smaller
the
brain
smaller
cavity.
brain. Yeah.
Yeah. That Kazakhstani scientist proved it. The Dr. Yamolnich.
Yeah. Dr.
Remember when Borat went before that women's group and said that? He's like, it hasn't been proven the women have a smaller brain. Like, that is not true. Dr. Kimosevich at the government institute, he proved it. And they're like, it is not true. He's just and they're. I think
It
they're
has to be
off.
true, though,
It is true.
because bigger people have bigger brains, right? I'm not saying they're smarter. They might be. I don't know. But
Oh,
There's-
maybe
In
it was that
adulthood,
women
male
have-
brains are on average 10 to 15% larger than female brains.
I think what it was
Yeah.
he may have said that women have the same size brain as a cat or something. Though. Like, he said something wild.
I like
I
that.
don't see what you're taking umbrage with so far.
They should be birds. They should be bird
It's
brains.
interesting.
And male brains remain larger even after body height is adjusted for.
I would like to see. I want to see if a genius.
Boys.
If there's any, is there any correlation between brain size and brain power? Like if you looked at a genius's brain and a dotard's brain, is there any like visible difference?
There's definitely a
Yeah.
correlation across the animal kingdom,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, there's no doubt that if I grab something with a rat-sized brain, it's not going to be smart as something with a dolphin-sized brain. Or
That's not
chimp.
necessarily
Human.
true
Yeah.
though, you know, because you've
It's
got
not
like
perfect, but it's not but there is a correlation.
birds, like some birds are so smart, and then like birds feel smarter than cows that have that big giant brain. I don't know.
Cows have big giant brains.
I mean, as big as ours, right? Fucking, I've seen a cow's head explode before. There's a lot of stuff in there.
I believe you. Yeah, I mean, clearly there's a connection between the size of the brain and how intelligent the animal is. Like, maybe not the hardest and fastest.
But you know how the
move.
bell curve works with women's intelligence, though. That the smartest individuals are women, despite having the smallest of brains.
A human
No,
brain
you-
is
you,
3 times the
you
size of a
inverted it.
cow brain.
The men are the smartest and the dumbest. It's a less peaked bell curve for male intelligence. Women tend to cluster more
But
around.
the most smart person is a woman.
Oh, maybe I thought it was that dude who was a bartender.
I
or
don't mean
something.
literally. I just mean like statistically, it would be most likely, right? Because the woman's bell curve goes taller than the man's bell curve, despite not being as
No,
wide. in
the-
the middle.
No,
It's
because the
narrow
the
and
height
tall.
is not the it is a narrow peak in the middle of the bell curve, which means that there are more women clustered at average, whereas men are flat. So we have more men. We're not as clustered. We have a more equal, not equal, but more equal representation of low, middle, and high. Whereas
Yeah.
we have a
I thought that the
huge
female peak was
representation of middle.
I thought
No.
I thought that in addition to all that, the female peak was higher, as in like while there are fewer females that are smarter than men, they're the ones that are smarter than men.
No,
like-
it's the opposite of
No.
that. So like
Interesting.
if you meet a actual genius,
Well, those dirty lying
overwhelmingly-
fucking women, then they misled me.
fib to you.
They're
They're
not
not
smart.
that smart. They were trying to lie to you.
They can't
Yeah.
even interpret data correctly.
The like, if you meet someone who's like a genuine
honestly.
dullard, like an actual idiot, they're more likely to be a man than a woman. Similarly, if you meet like an actual bona fide genius, they're much more likely to be a man than a woman.
Speaking of lady geniuses, this is going to be boring to you, but I was watching this thing about they were trying to send a probe to Mercury because they'd only ever sent 2, and both of them just did these quick flybys. And what you want is to get the thing to go around and around Mercury so you can test and photo and map and stuff. But it has to be going so goddamn fast when it gets there that decelerating is a problem because they're traveling in toward the sun and it's so far away. So they didn't know what to do. And this Chinese lady, or her name was Chinese, at NASA, came up with this. Her name's like Pung Ting Tao, came up with this idea that where you wouldn't just go straight for Mercury, you would go around the sun and back to Earth, and like this huge pattern where that took 7 years from 2004 to 2011, where it went around multiple planets and using each of them to slow itself a little bit so that when it finally got to Mercury, it would be slow enough to go into an orbit. And I was fascinated by her coming up with that idea and how
You should have just shot it a little slower.
My dumbass idea is to approach it while it's going away from you, right? Because it's the relative velocity of the missile to the planet that matters, right? So we just catch the planet when it's coming away from us. And
what would suck is if like they launch that and 3 days later, Xi Jinping comes up and he's like, I come up with even better idea. That not take 7 years. It take 2 months. And they're like,
this is the chart we were talking about. I don't know if Zach is able to pull it up on the screen, but it shows how, if it's accurate, who knows? I mean, it's a picture, so it's accurate. It's on the internet, but women are clustered in the center of the IQ range. So they're highly represented in average, but poorly represented on the extremes of dumb and smart, whereas men are less represented in the average and more represented on the extremes. That's what we were talking about.
Makes sense. You got all the male inventors and all the male ditch diggers. You got them. You got the circle of life, as they call it.
I don't think that's what the circle of life is.
And all those great mothers.
And all the wonderful mothers, all the very average mothers. that's what
It's good to moderate mothers.
Yeah. I don't know.
What's your favorite?
What's
your favorite lady invention? What do you think's the?
You'd have to give me like a Google search amount of time to think about that. Probably nagging. I don't know. What's a good? Do women invent?
I don't know any lady inventions. I'm gonna be honest. I bet there's some good ones, but I don't know of any of them.
Wait! Didn't a woman invent or discover penicillin? Isn't that a real?
No, that's a man. Marie Curie.
That's who I'm.
Did the radiation stuff. She was fucking around with uranium and plutonium or cesium or something, and gave herself cancer.
I don't think she was an inventor, though. I think she was a scientist, right?
She was, yeah. But I'm sure she made some discoveries that were important for nuclear science.
You know who's like always in the inventor conversation, even though I don't even know how impressive it is Eli Whitney with his cotton gin. It's neat, but someone else would have come up with it.
Dude, the cotton gin gets so much mileage in elementary schools is like revolutionizing.
It really does. What was that about? What is that? Like we spent 6 months learning about copy machines. What the hell? Cotton gin.
Yeah, Big Eli is out there propagating to us all of these. What else? You know what?
You know what else got way too much attention? Fucking peanut butter.
Zach's right. It made slavery obsolete. That was the point.
You know what? Peanut butter.
Damn you, Eli!
The Eli Whitney. He got too much attention, and then George Washington Carver. They didn't tell us in school that he didn't invent peanut butter.
Mm-hmm. They kept it a secret.
They kept it a
secret. He did.
No, he invented like a bunch of other peanut-related stuff, but not butter. Oh. He didn't think to mash it up and put sugar in it.
He was making wall insulation and shit over there when some white dude was like, it's pretty good if you mix it with oil. Oh, what the fuck? You make socks? What the fuck?
Something tells me, Mr. Carver, no one's going to be using your fucking peanut husk tampons.
Have one of these Ritz, dude.
Dude, I'm putting shit on burgers now. It's fantastic.
Using his earplugs? What's wrong with you? You're just making shit up.
I want to see what
they made that cotton gin seem like it was very important, and I didn't remember why, but I guess it did make slavery obsolete. Dude, if you went back and you killed him, I wonder how that would change U.S. history. That'd be a fun little what if novel where like slavery has to continue, like the North never has an issue or takes issue with slavery because you need the manpower.
Dude, I am upset about his list of things that he invented. I don't see peanut butter on here, like you said. The number one invention that this guy came up with is salted peanuts.
What?
That's more of a discovery.
Okay, so no one had ever just totally made up the guy. Like all his stuff was nonsense. Dude, I've invented shit drunk late at night in my sparsely stocked kitchen. If this is the kind of shit we're counting,
they are not giving him credit for the salted peanut.
Apparently,
no one gets credit for that.
Woody, no one gets someone got credit for it, and he wouldn't lie to us.
Quick, what's the number one item on this list?
Let's see.
Salted peanuts. Well, the number 2, it says peanut butter. I don't know how you missed that.
Well, it was all the way down at number 2.
God damn it. What? I don't know why it says that. Meat substitutes?
3?
Chocolate coated peanuts, chili. Dude, he just pulled a Bubba Gump on this.
I make mock peanuts, mock
peanuts,
mock duck.
Dude, here, some of the other ones are. He invented breakfast food number 2, breakfast food number 3, breakfast food number 4, and 5.
Yeah, but who can forget the all-American staple, cheese tutti frutti?
I don't know what that is.
That's down there. Oh, look at this. This guy invented cocoa, which is
milk as well.
Which is a product that you can purchase raw.
He did not invent Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah. He did not invent. This guy didn't. What the fuck website is this? This is nonsense.
This is. He invented vinegar. Wait, look
at the bottom. It says he invented plain pickles. No, he did not. He did not invent cheese sandwiches, plain pickles, cocoa, bar candy.
Yeah,
no one figured out bar candy.
What is this? This is just lies about Eli Whitney.
This is the least reputable site I've ever been linked to. Tuskegee.edu. What are they doing over at Tuskegee?
Okay, that explains a lot. Okay. He invented everything. Okay,
he invented vinegar.
Energy, fucking the car, the television.
He invented vinegar. Some people will tell you that they've been using vinegar for thousands of years. No,
this dude invented fucking punch.
He invented gasoline.
No, this is all lies.
It says it on here.
Pineapple punch, hand lotion.
Man, he was just mixing shit up all day, huh?
How did he invent gasoline and gas?
He didn't invent any of that shit.
Yeah, the concept.
There it is. It's there.
Scroll up, Zach. This guy's getting credit for paint,
printers,
diesel.
All right. Now I don't believe he invented a goddamn thing.
So this is so. Were we fibbed to the same way we were fibbed to about Helen Keller
and Harriet Tubman
and Harriet Tubman? And
who was the one who wouldn't sit in the back of the bus?
Fucking, I don't know.
Mary Tyler Moore, right?
It was Mary Tyler Moore. Rosa Parks. That's who it was. Fib 2 about Rosa Parks. Fib 2 about fucking Helen Keller. Fib 2 about George Washington Carver.
Fib 2 I've been doing a little research. I have my favorite women's invention. Mint chocolate chip.
You know what? The deep respect I had for Dr. Carver is now gone. I don't have it anymore, but I'm having fun making fun of his list.
That website's full of shit.
It is. What do you do to this? Can't be a real university. There's no fucking way.
Isn't it?
He's taking credit for 5 different kinds of paper in the bottom section.
Gas and gasoline separately.
I don't believe any of it.
Gasoline. Oh, he invented rubber. Man, this guy was busy.
Yeah.
And diesel.
when you lie about all that, now I don't believe you invented peanut butter. Now, I don't think you would have come up with salted peanuts on your own at this point. The gall of claiming salted peanuts.
The dude should just put the cotton gin on his list.
Just the cotton gin. Dude, I'm looking at Eli Whitney's list of like inventions, and I don't think he worked that hard after the cotton gin.
It pretty much took care of him for life.
Cotton gin was a big one. Interchangeable parts. It says, which is like something that there's no possible way that like people have been using interchangeable parts for thousands of years.
I was told Henry Ford kind of made that a thing.
I think he did the assembly line.
The assembly line, but that mass production is part of it.
It used to be, you sort of built all your parts to fit together. Like I have made a lot of woodworking projects, and when you put the drawers in, they go right in their right spot. You can't just change them around. That's drawer number 1, 2, and 3. They're not the same size. But when they started adding more like precision in manufacturing, then all the parts are the same size.
Yeah,
you can take it from
the idea of building a truck in Detroit and then another one in Atlanta and being able to take them both completely apart, mix the parts together, and build 2 more trucks again was a new fucking thing. It was like that level of precision and with your machinery is necessary, and then the coordination and everything. That's one of the things that made the United States so good when they went full total war mode after Pearl Harbor, and when they were able to weaponize the auto industry that we already had, and all that infrastructure for manufacturing. The numbers of airplanes are staggering that we created.
I think we benefited from some new infrastructure. Like, take right now, for example, we're building artillery shells, and I think the machines we make them from are 80 years old. And we can't ramp up our artillery shell production like we wish we could. But back in the 1940s, all that shit was brand new and state of the art.
Probably so, yeah.
Ammunition. Every time there's a freaking bullet shortage of some caliber, and then you find out, like, oh yeah, the machines that make that bullet are 80 years old. And
I never understand that one. That one doesn't make any sense at all to me. I don't understand what the shortage even is. Like, can you not get powder? Can you not get primers? Or can you not get? That's it. Because you can make the rest. Like, you make your own brass, you make your own lead. I don't know how to make primers, and I don't know how to make gunpowder, but those companies do. So when I hear there's a shortage, I don't fucking get it, because you just the gigantic machines, like the ones that you would see on How It's Made. Yeah, I don't know how you get one of those. But there's reloading machines. Like, I don't know.
It baffles me. Like this machine turns nickels into quarters, right? It takes 5 cents of material and turns them into 45-cent bullets or 25-cent bullets. Why aren't more people jumping into this business if there's a shortage?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Nah. I never.
And I don't know what's necessary if there's a licensing thing. I found licensing easy to get with ATF. I don't know if it is an ATF license. I don't know anything about it. I mean, you can make your own ammo, and I know people make their own ammo and sell it at gun shows. So I don't know if there's any law saying that Woody couldn't just buy 50 machines, put them in his barn, and start Woody's ammo company. I don't think there's a law against that, but I don't know.
I don't know either.
I want to check before you get those machines.
I bet there's some laws on how some of the stuff is stored, like the gunpowder.
That for sure. You would, if you're going to have a certain amount of powder on the premises, you probably need a magazine. There's probably a point at which just smokeless powder alone, you've got too much. Actually, well, unless the guy that I knew was doing the wrong thing, he had kegs and kegs of powder. Like when I would buy powder to reload, you'd buy a pound. And a pound of powder is like the little jug of it, and it goes a long way. A pound of powder makes lots and lots of shotgun shells. But he had kegs like from the video games, like round wooden kegs.
Like Donkey Kong throws.
Donkey Kong kegs. Yeah. Well, like that though, full of gunpowder. And he just had them on shelves.
It was a flex though, wasn't it?
No, it was his reloading room.
Okay.
I mean, he's reloading. Oh, he needs kegs of it, like for what he's big shells. Oh,
big shells. Yeah.
But but I never understood that either. How there could be a shortage on ammo. Like, I wondered what component. Like, does all the gunpowder come from China, and there just isn't any at the docks right now? Does it come down to that? Like, can you just not lay hands on one of these components? Because a machine should just be turning these out, like you said. I don't get it.
Have you seen Ukraine's taking the initiative again and they're taking back territory?
Yeah, I saw they pushed them out of Kharkiv, and I heard they pulled their Abrams back and started putting coke cages on the Abrams because the Russians are using kamikaze unmanned drones to take out the tanks. I saw basically everyone except for the United States gave Ukraine permission to use their weapons in Russia proper. So the Brits are like, yeah, you can fly the Storm Shadows anywhere they'll go. The French are like, you can use the fucking stuff we gave you anywhere, shoot it wherever you want. And everybody went down, kind of fell in. And the F-16s are getting there.
I was going to say, are we comparing apples to apples? Because I don't think UK gave them F-16s.
Storm Shadow missiles, that's the thing. It's not even about the aircraft. They're not going to fly their F-16s to Russia. It's about launching those missiles deep into Russia, those Storm Shadow missiles. And with the U.S., they're going to want to use those ATACMS and stuff like that. But I think the thing they've got that goes the furthest is when they take that Cessna and load it up with C4 and fly it into Russia. That thing goes like 600 kilometers or something like that, and is insane. I love that they've been.
Yeah.
I guess if you're on the receiving end of it, you would think it was despicable, but there's something ridiculous and kind of funny about them just loading up a Cessna that probably cost them $65,000-$75,000 and filling it up with bomb materials and just autopiloting it to a refinery or a factory.
Russia must feel like we do when we attack Al-Qaeda, for example. Like, oh man, like we can win, but it's really expensive. You know, we're firing $5 million hypersonic missiles, and they're loading up $32,000 1963 Cessnas for $30,000.
Yeah.
How long can we fight this war when we spend $5 million a bullet and they spend 30,000?
I saw some photos of black fighters who were fighting for Russia from like Africa and the Middle East and stuff like that, and it's so weird to me.
Some mercenaries.
Yeah. It's professional army men or whatever, but to see black people fighting in Russia for Ukraine or in Ukraine for Russia, that's so weird.
Why?
It seems like a real mistake too, because here's my
just a mercenary group. They'll probably fight for anyone, right?
Yeah, but this isn't your fucking ecosystem. I feel like if I'm a Ukrainian, Slava Ukraine, and then there's some Ruskies over there, and we wipe them out, and we see one of them's like, please, my name's Pyotr, please, no. I'm like, your language is so close to mine. I know what you just fucking said. All right, fucking crawl over here. Don't you move. But if like a black dude pops up, no, I'm not taking him. He's getting it. Let me tell you why.
Because he's black? Yeah.
No, not because he's black. Because he came here from somewhere that's got nothing.
Because he's statistically less likely to graduate high school. I see where you're coming from.
He had nothing to do with this shit. Like the Russian guy, all right, you got pressed into service. Your country is attacking my country. Your president ordered you. Your people are counting on you, etc. This black dude who came here from Nigeria or fucking Somalia or somewhere like that.
Kill me for a paycheck.
You're here for a check.
Dude, a guy from Somalia who showed up to fight there would like be in the war zone and he'd be like, this place is pretty nice. Look at that. There is a building standing right there.
Hideous country.
No more. Take my picture.
Take my picture. Oh my goodness. We're going to get a picture of me next to the building.
I'm serious though. Like if you came there for a check, like you're not even, and the Ukrainians and the Russians are so close. It'd be like us fighting the Canadians. A lot like that, I think. You'd take a Canadian prisoner, but if we had a war against the Canadians, and all of a sudden you looked up and a fucking
Chinese battalion is marching in, you'd be like, what the fuck?
It's like a North Korean pops up over there, but next to all flying a maple leaf flag. Like that dude's getting it. He can't surrender. You came here from Korea to kill me? Fuck you. We're not putting you in the camp and giving you our delicious prison food. No.
Yeah.
I see your point.
Not giving you our.
I'm gonna pull your gold teeth.
Gold teeth. There's no way they can afford that North Korea.
Give me that fucking tooth.
I'm glad Ukraine's taking some land back. because the last time we gave Ukraine a ton of ammo, they're like, oh, we're going to do our big counteroffensive as soon as the weather gets nice. Eventually it does. And what do they do? Ago. Yeah, they sit back and they just fucking lob artillery from the safety of their rear positions. They don't do fucking anything. They spend $1 trillion US, rounded up from like 50 million. And they just don't do anything. And they don't take any land. And then they're like, oh, we're out of bullets. What can we do? It's what you should have done, bro. You should have charged. You should have like taken your land back.
You're so right. I can't believe. I know you've been faxing the general, and he hasn't been reading the faxes clearly because I've been watching the troop movements. If Woody had a hold of the reins of this war,
exactly,
we'd have been in Moscow. We've been in Moscow last winter.
Those M&Ms.
And I'm a pretty good technician, strategist. I've been watching YouTube videos since it started.
Strategist.
Strategist. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'm pretty sure George Bush used the word strategery. I'm like 85% sure he said that out loud.
I think you're right.
I'm just
strategist. I was going for.
I think he's a
silly person.
I'm not denying.
I'm certainly not
I don't know what I said.
Certainly not a war criminal. The one that mistakes common words like me. Hell no. No way. I like baseball and
charming
bombing people. I mean, baseball.
Oh, he made so much, like, he got a lot of traction and goodwill based on the idea he'd be nice at a barbecue.
Yeah,
he still does. Like
that's a lot of what electing people is. It's like,
did you see him like cozying up with Michelle Obama, and they're all cutesy and hugging each other? It's like, oh, look at George. He didn't kill a million I mean, that's just 1 million Iraqis. That's another thing. Like we killed 1 million Iraqis in about a decade ago. Let Israel get their war done. Leave them the fuck alone. Like, who are we? Who are we to be the? Hey, what are you doing over there?
Funding it.
Yeah, if we're funding it, we get a say. That's who we are.
That's not how it works. That's what do you call that kind of parenting? Where you're like, that's micromanagement. We don't need that.
No,
let them go out and make their mistakes. That's the only way you learn.
No, you're trying to be a parent that's like, all right, don't you do whatever you want forever, and they're like, right. I am gonna do whatever I want forever, and you're like, daddy has to see his mistress, so here's $1 billion more for the weekend.
If your kid has a drug problem, you don't give them cash and trust them.
They've got an enemy problem, and so we give them bombs, and I wouldn't be signing the bomb. That's a little gauche. But like, I know why they're shooting the bombs. I know why they're shooting the rockets. And like, look, I see the stuff I don't like is when you're just killing civilians on purpose. And I see that sometimes. They'll like sniper fire, like literally just like snipe a civilian. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? He was doing his laundry.
Dude, that happens all the time.
I think those are rare isolated incidents by outsiders who are later punished. And I don't know why you would think or say anything different, sir.
Yeah, all these damn AI videos that are being released all the time.
You joke, but like, maybe I could be fooled by, like, some of the footage I see is so grainy and shit that it's like, this could be anything.
I could be every weather event. I'm fooled.
I'm trusting.
Every time there's a giant hurricane, they show me some picture from 16 years ago and say, look what Hurricane Diddly Doo just did. Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, that's like in Hong Kong.
Yeah. Yes, I don't know.
They seem to be, going a bit over the line over there.
I don't know. But like, what do you, I disagree. I think
what do I do? Stay out.
They get all
out of it. It's not our business.
Need to go in there and then you get all them bad people, round them up.
That's both sides, all of them.
Yeah, it's not a Marvel movie. It's not like there's like a bunch of guys with scary hats on over there where it's like, we're just getting the scary hat guys.
They literally, they're literally that. It's Iron Man 3. This is Iron Man 3.
No, you cannot let Iron Man 3 inform your opinion on geopolitics. Please, I beg of you.
This is 100% Iron Man 3. That's what it's a scenario here. And you've got to go in there and you got to clean those.
Iron Man 3 this summer. Tony
it's gets not Iron Man. It's war because you got both sides who think they're right, who have an argument to be made. It's a confusing situation.
One side's defending itself, from all sorts of evil, and the other side is
Which
Israel.
one is that one?
Israel's defending itself, and the Palestinians put your hands up, dude. What are you doing over there? Get your hands up. Like, what are you doing, dude? You're getting walloped. To get your hands up. You know, that's or here's option B for anyone who would say anything different. Surrender.
I don't think they're taking prisoners over there.
What are you talking about? They offered a ceasefire. They've been there's a peace agreement. They say no.
How do non-combatants surrender?
Hamas, the leadership of Hamas, who they're negotiating with continuously.
No one's worried about Hamas dying. It's all the innocent people. How do they surrender?
Well, they're going to keep fighting the terrorist organization that's over there until they surrender. And whatever happens, happens. You know, it's not. I blame the terrorists who are using the civilians.
Whatever happens is going to happen, and it would continue to happen if we were entirely disconnected from these world-away conflicts that don't serve our interests.
Now, who's got a problem with geopolitics? All right, do you really want the Ruskies to slide in there and be Israel's friend and arm them and move their missiles into that area?
Yes, giving Russian a white elephant to take care of for the rest of their time.
Yeah, you know what?
They've got a
drain on.
You want to cause a problem for Russia financially? Make them fund Israel.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait! This gets better. We can have them fund both sides.
Putin, we have been doing pretty good with the numbers accounting wise on this war, but we are 6 hours into supporting Israel and we're running low.
Dude, that doc is the worst.
No, it's the weirdest thing. Like, I gave him the money and then he's like, thanks, fuck you, I'm doing what I want. It is the wildest negotiation. I tell you, these people really are good. I left there thanking him. My God. Yeah. I don't want anything to do with the Middle East. It's for the birds.
Nobody wants you to go, luckily.
We just have to pay for it.
I'd go. Wouldn't you?
No, you wouldn't.
They want you to go. Aren't you ready?
No.
You wouldn't answer the call.
Go die for the Middle East? Nah.
Die for them, fight for them. If Uncle Sam comes and he says, look, Bibi Netanyahu needs you. He wants you.
Bibi Netanyahu needs me?
Yeah.
Bibi Netanyahu. They need an ex-goalie.
I'll do
it. He says you can be his guy.
I can be his top guy. I'm Bibi's top guy. I disagree so much with what they're doing over there, but Bibi needs me.
They're going to call you the Golem. That's going to be your code name.
All right, you're selling me.
Yeah.
Do I get a harem of big titty Israeli fighter bitches?
No, they make you play goalie.
Yeah, you get 3 IDF hoes who they're TikTok hoes.
How many?
3.
How many?
How many do you need, Taylor?
How many?
This is 4 IDF TikTok hosts. That's all we got. All right, you can't go to 5. Don't ask.
All right, maybe I strap some boots on. Maybe I caused some problems.
All right. 4 TikTok hosts and a Palestinian boy we caught last week.
No, you're giving me a financial burden now. No,
you can do anything you want with him.
Like, I don't know what's he good at.
We just
Taylor, be creative. I don't think you're on the same page here with this young.
You know what? I actually
what would Alexander the Great do?
Give me the best soccer playing boy that the Palestinians have, and then I'll give him all the right training, and I'll have my own fucking Messi. I'll be worth $1 billion when he's an adult.
Some idea. So shoot him in the kneecap is right away. Yeah, that won't work. Yeah,
he was coming at me with a scary ball.
Dude, could
have been anything in there.
That's how our cops are too. I saw LAPD. If you go to police activity, wonderful channel. I saw dude went at these 2 cops with a paint roller and they shot him. It's a paint roller. I saw a woman. This is great. This woman comes out of her house. She's like, I got a gun. And she does this thing where she holds up a coat and pokes her finger through the coat. And she's strafing, running sideways in her yard. Coat in one hand and finger gun stuck through the fabric. And this one cop who's hiding behind his car with his gun out gets so scared. He goes, bang, 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 6 times. Doesn't hit shit. One of the other cops is like, it's not a gun. It's not a gun. And he's like, they're fucking shaking. The other thing, you saw the golfer had that snafu with the cops the other day. It's like one of the top golfers in the world was late to his tee time at the Masters or Augusta or wherever the fuck they were. And this cop, it's hard to say what happened. There were a lot of charges against him at one point, but basically the cop like sort of jumps in his window as he's pulling into the golf course and hits him with a flashlight, and he doesn't know who he's being attacked by, so he gasses it, and like the cop falls over and skins his knee, and so they arrested the golfer and charged him with a bunch of shit, like 5 or 6 charges. But it turns out the cop's body camera wasn't on, and they didn't follow procedure, and like when you see the interview, the detective's a piece of shit. He's like, I didn't know who was attacking me. He's like, we're dressed like cops, sir. We're all dressed like cops. And it's like, he's wearing an orange vest. It's night. I thought he was a security guard. He's like, you don't have to do what security guards tell you. And I want to be like, no, I don't. We're here. He's here for me. He's here for my security. I'm the guy. Anyway, they dropped all the charges, and the officer who like hit him with the light gave one of those non-apology apologies where he was like, and not only do I have visible skin knee, but I ruined my $80 pants.
Good.
Poor guy.
God, I hate those people.
Yeah.
The worst.
Golfers.
Golfers, bro.
I know we're about to wrap, but I saw one where a guy charged a cop with a steak knife. The cop put him down twice. Dude, he shot him. The guy crumpled to the ground, but then he got up and went for another run at it with the steak knife, and the cop put him down for good. Prior to that, he called 911, said voices were telling him to kill people. So it sounded like suicide by cop to me.
Yeah.
Or schizophrenia. Yeah, a little bit of both, maybe.
Sure. I like that too.
A lot of them do that suicide by cop thing. And I've seen where they'll be talking to the guy. They're like, Gary, just put it down and come outside. He hasn't picked up a weapon yet. It's like, just come with us. You just have to leave. Look, you don't have to go to jail, but you can't stay here. It's one of those. And he's just like, I'm not going to jail. I'm not going to jail. And they're like, you're right. You're not, Gary. As long as you just leave, you walk out of here, you head down the sidewalk, and you don't come back. It's just, I'm going to die here tonight. And it's like, fuck, man, why don't we have a big net like in the cartoons to throw over this guy real quick? But eventually he picks up some scissors or some shit and just comes at him like a crazy man, screaming and stabbing, and they all gun him the fuck down. That scenario happens so much where you call the cops because you've got a friend, a loved one, whatever, who's having some sort of like the worst day of their life or something, and they're falling apart, or maybe they got mental illness, drug issues, whatever. But man, if we just had a net, like he'd be good tomorrow, like he just needs to sleep off whatever is going on tonight. But instead, they don't seem to have those tasers, but I always say those things are bullshit. Like I see them miss so much. They don't know how to use them, or they can't really reload them fast enough to do anything. And then they got a gun. So, and the beanbag shit doesn't work. And I remember that History Channel or Discovery Channel thing we watched 20 years ago where they had that goo cannon. They like sprayed the guy with all the, it was like that foam sealant you put in your attic or whatever, but it was like a giant Ghostbusters size one. Why don't we have some of those gadgets from future weapons? Because we still haven't come up with anything.
I don't know.
They got a thing now for high-speed chases that grabs the car. They like reach under it with a claw and grab it. And they got another.
You sent me a video of it.
It ties up the rear tires, with a net, maybe.
Yeah, and then they got another thing that has an arm and it pokes a dart onto the back of the car with a GPS, and they just go boop, and then they just slow down and let the car go.
I like that too.
I love that one.
Clever.
Seems like if it's not your car, there's still an escape route.
Yeah, they'll get away probably. Kia boys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've had about all I can take.
Check out our sponsors in the description. PKA 702. Trump's killed.